That's 342. Do you want to go 375 or 480? 172 and a half. So we opened way lighter.
need a second attempt on Steven. Steven! Come talk to me, guys. I need you over here. You were at 167.5.
What?
You were at 167.5.
You're putting my second one?
It's right here. What do you want for your second attempt? I have to do the second and put it in.
Let's go. One.
You were at 170.
182.5.
182.5. If you would do me a favor, throw it on there. 182.5. Thank you, sir. You were at 182.5. I need to know what you want for your second attempt. You were at 182.5 is what you just did. I need to know what you want. 192.5. We'll write your first name down on the bottom. That's not bad. Go. That's not. Come talk to me, Kyle. Woo! Write your first name there and tell me what you want for your second attempt. That was 185. 195. 190. 195. You want it? Where are we going?
Let's go 195.
195.
What am I doing here?
Just write it right there. 195. See you back around. Thank you. Yeah, look right there. You were at 190. Right? Your second attempt to make it. Two even.
But I know I'll put it easy. I was just over you. The plan? Yep. Yeah. Thank you.
172.5.
Thank you very much. sit on a squat. 7.5 kilo. I'm gonna go up. I'll go 195. That bar's so hot. I know.
220.
Take your time on it.
Bar is so trash. We'll take it again.
Come on, Joe. There we go, Joe. Let's go!
Good break.
480, 45, 101.
217.
Thank you.
Get it wrong. Oh, yeah.
What's up, Chance?
Get rid of the. I don't think anybody's talking about 800. So we just had looking class.
I'll be 257. 257.5.
Yep.
Yeah, 142 and a half in a second.
What do you say? They got one.
You're good.
Come on, let's go. Good.
Let's see it. Big one.
My weight. Go, Rick. Thank you. Thank you, guys.
We got qualified first spotters ready to go. Let's go, Ross.
Go, big baby.
Hey, look this one here. Leave this one.
Come on, let's get it. Come on. Yes, sir. Come on. Come on. Yes, sir.
That's it. Two more lifters left in the squat. Let's go see them. Here it's fine. And then we're going to do our squats. You're going to get the bench set up, and then we will start a 10-minute timer. So probably about 15 minutes before we start squat or bench. Lifters may start at the 10-minute timer. Bench will start in 10 minutes.
Do we have anyone on bench and walk?
There's one person. I
know color?
believe it's red. Yeah, one person using red. Sorry. I don't know. That's not my stuff.
On that end one right there.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Testing, testing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, if you have stuck around for the entire squat event so far and for this break, we cannot thank you enough. It's been, well, difficulties all the way around. And it's the nature of this sport that things go a little bit unexpected, things go a little bit awry. It is the nature of broadcast and live streaming. And, well, if you're in it enough and you've been around it long enough, you will see a lot of moments like this that are a little bit frustrating. For those of you, again, that have stuck around, we cannot thank you enough. And we should finally, from here on out, be fully with you for the live audio coverage. If you're just tuning in, well, then you've picked a great time to do so. Although we did see some fantastic squats. Hello, everybody, and again, thanks for tuning in. You're looking live at Umbra Strength, and we're just moments from the opening benches of Powerlifting America's Umbra Classic Meet. I'm Tanner White, a powerlifting competitor and a professional play-by-play announcer. You might have heard me recently covering the Motor City Muscle Meet, the most recent Powerlifting America competition in Michigan, or maybe if you're new to the strongman scene, I also covered a strongman competition in Kalamazoo known as Feats of Raw Strength 4. Plus, if you're lucky, you might have heard me covering any of about 17 other sports across the state of Michigan and the general Midwest. Today, though, it's all about powerlifting, and I will take a quick moment to say thank you so much to our meet director, Allie Lewis, for bringing me in to the Powerlifting America Federation for all of the work they do, providing really clean, high-level competition to its athletes, to our venue today, Umbra Strength Gym, and to all of our competitors, their friends and family, and of course, you, the viewers. You, the viewers, probably most of all, because you've really dealt with all of our follies here, and we continue to do our best. We'll try to monitor quality as we go along all the time. On this first weekend of August, it is just about to start those bench presses. We're going to go back to Flight A. That's how it goes. We'll go Flight A, then through to B and C, but you'll have 3 attempts on the bench press for everybody in Flight A. Before we get there, Kendall Dahlbeck is going to be the opener. She has 30 kilos on the barbell loaded for her. And, well, we'll just rehash a little bit of everything about powerlifting. We've got plenty of time to do so. The barbell, of course, that all-important, wonderful object that we just have fallen in love with in this sport. That weighs 20 kilograms. That is a Texas power bar. You'll see it on the platform in front of you. That barbell has been loaded now with Kendall Dahlbeck's attempt on it. You'll see those competition collars. Those are 2.5 kilos apiece, meaning 5 kilos for a pair of them. And then there's the black plate on there right now. Those are 2.5 kilos apiece as well, for 5 kilos total when you slap on a pair of those. That means this is a 30-kilo opening attempt for Kendall Dahlbeck. Are you with us so far? We hope so. Kendall is a women's raw junior competitor, a 63-kilo weight class competitor, and she is 45 seconds or so from being told that the bar is loaded for her. Samantha Davis will be on deck, followed by Taylor Guzzi, and they're both going to take 50 kilos for their opening bench.
Seconds. We're going to start bench. Kendall Dahlbeck will be first up. This is cold. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me have to start the clock, you know? If you want, I'll switch it over here right now. Yeah, sure. All right, we're ready to get started. Kendall Dahlbeck is up first on bench.
All right. Have we waited long enough yet? Kendall Dahlbeck is going to be stepping up to the platform for our opening bench press of the day. A 30-kilo attempt is loaded for her. We have a maximum opener of 172.5 down in Flight C for, again, our 2 really, really standout juniors, Stephen Emmett and Matthew Paternoster. We told you all about them, but unfortunately, you were likely not able to hear at that point, difficulties with our audio sourcing, that Stephen Emmett completed a 600-plus pound squat. He was the only one to do it. Matthew Paternoster also attempted one at 275, but he got crunched a little bit. Matthew still completed a 260-kilo squat as a 93 competitor. And Stephen Emmett with that 272.5, that was a competition PR of his, and over the 600-pound barrier, the one and only athlete today to do that. All right, now that first handoff, and here is the first bench attempt. Took a while to get there, but you do get about 10 minutes between disciplines as they turn it over. Kendall Dahlbeck at 30 keys. After Kendall Dahlbeck hits the very first successful bench attempt, it might start to get real heavy real quick, that is. Sam Davis, Taylor Guzzi will take 50 kilos. You look down at the very end of this flight A here. Again, we had been telling you, but of course, sorry, you were unable to hear us for the squat event. Luis Cardenas is an incredible standout of a 74 junior. He squatted over 500 pounds as a 74, and his bench opener is 127.5. That is, boy, if we're looking at this right, 22.5 kilos more than anyone else in this flight, and that's just for the opener. Sam Davis sets up 50 kilos on the bar. And now you're going to hear more of the commands. Well, presumably you hadn't been able to hear much of them at all. Likely heard just the internal camera microphone at first. However, with Sam Davis here, successful on that 50 attempt, what you should be hearing what you should be hearing is the 3 commands. You'll have a start command, which signals that the lifter is now able to lower the barbell to their chest. A concern of our judges being able to enter their lights and our in-arena scoreboard here frozen a little bit. Well, we'll continue to just give you a rundown and fill some time. If you're new to the sport, we'll give you a quick little treatise on powerlifting. Thanks so much again for everybody's patience throughout the number of sides of the wrinkles that we've had to deal with here. Simple enough sport consisting of the squat, the bench press, and the deadlift in that order. You get 3 attempts for each lift. The very first flight up here is flight A. We've got 3 flights total, A, B, and C. At the bar right now, we have Taylor Guzzi with 50 kilos loaded. Any other questions there? Well, we'll certainly try and answer them throughout the whole rest of the day. Our rack heights were adjusted between the squat and the bench press events. And you've got a roughly 10-minute changeover between each discipline. So you'll see another one of those once we've finished all of our bench attempts. .57.5 is Samantha Davis's next bench attempt that she's entered. And so more about the protocol. As an athlete completes an attempt, they then will have to come right back up to the scorer's table within that next minute, within the next 60 seconds that is awarded for the time of the next lifter's attempt. Opener from Sarah Kruger looked convincing at 60. Sarah's probably thinking, I've got a lot more in the tank there. Now, this is one of the reasons why we are so massively grateful that you've stuck with us through all of the technical difficulties, because now we get to tell you again about Shelly Stettner. Shelly, at 74 years of age, set a massive squat PR of 117.5. She nearly had 2 whole reds loaded on that thing. And that is nearly twice body weight for her squat attempt. She's now opening above her body weight on bench 2. This is going to be 65 kilos. What do you aim to be doing? What do you aim to feel like, to look like at the age of 74? A fantastic hypothetical, but man, if this doesn't motivate you to start thinking about it a little bit, to appreciate the value of a lifetime of strength, well, one can only hope. Shelly Stettner, opener on bench of 65 kilos. She's going to use the rack to help her set up that all-important arch. It involves, of course, extension of the thoracic as well as the lumbar. There is way more to be had. After a 65 kilo first, she has her coach hold her glasses. Love it. I think Shelly's going to argue, okay, I need a lot more on that bar. She took most of that attempt timer in order to complete that first bench, but it was successful at 65 kilos. Now, Brianna Du Bois is coming up, and she is a couple of classes above Shelly, and, roughly 50 years younger, and yet is going to open up just 2.5 kilos heavier. That is unbelievable. Congratulations, Shelly. Brianna Du Bois, again, at 67.5 for her opening bench. Sarah Bloom on deck will be opening with 80 kilos. That is a monster opener for her, too. Brianna Du Bois, maybe thinking in the neighborhood of a bodyweight bench to end up if her first 2 attempts are real nice and quick and smooth. 67.5, just shy of 1 red on there. There's just zero hesitation, 0 sticking point. And we expect maybe something in the neighborhood of 75 kilos for her second. You will see, on average, by percentage, a little bit smaller jumps on the bench press. It's just so tricky to know exactly where your strength is on meet day, especially depending on how your training is structured. Have you taken many attempts that are really close to your max? Or if you're on the side like Chaz Strecker, he has told us that he really loves to have all of his PRs be set in competition. He might not touch a squat that's nearly as heavy as, the last couple of squats that he took today throughout his entire training cycle. Sarah Bloom with 80 kilos on the barbell. This is the heaviest women's bench opener by 12.5 kilos. She's got a red on there, a black on there. And again, those competition collars are 2.5 apiece for 5 kilos for a pair. First bench is flying. Sarah Bloom at 80 kilos, successful. No technical issues either. It's really nice to see that through the first 8 attempts here on the bench. Daniel Munson comes up, the first men's competitor. We've been telling you he is a raw open 74. Had a very solid squat of 165. Good start with the bench. And his deadlift opener is the same as his third squat. That's roughly the kind of ratio that many of these competitors will see. The great majority are capable of deadlifting at least a little bit more than their squat. You have some unbelievable squats, though, that happened throughout, sprinkled throughout all these flights, so we'll find out. Chase Denha, for example, squatted 172.5, and his deadlift opener is put in at 135. And there's a deadlift specialist that we'll tell you about coming once we get to there, but he's within this flight and has an unbelievable deadlift, especially relatively. Our meet director, Ali Lewis, there is taking a look at the bench itself. I think it's the integrity of the bench pad. It's sort of moving around, and they're saying, oh, we don't want that for safety reasons for our competitors. That's fantastic hustle from Ali. Well, this is capable of throwing a wrinkle in the plans, to be entirely honest. There are things for people on every side of the sport on meet day that are unpredictable. This is, one of the chief ones among them. And then as a meet director, you become a little bit of everything. Apparently now you're a maintenance person. Feel free to drop in our YouTube chat right now. Who are you rooting for today? Who is your competitor? Who sent you the link to this stream and didn't warn you that there would be so many technical difficulties? Who are you watching? Who are you cheering on? Let us know. We're still having our bench worked on. Got a pretty good look at it. We'll take another moment. Thank all of our sponsors. Today's live stream, of course, you'll see it scrolling on that bar just below our camera feed. Our gold level sponsors here with Powerlifting America's Michigan contingent, A7, Notorious Lift, and Eleiko. And the Eleiko weight tree, it just looks so pretty. Right in front of our camera there, you'll see one of our loaders and spotters blocking it just a little bit, but these Eleiko plates, absolutely fantastic competition calibrated kilo plates. Something every lifter dreams of, something not every gym has a full complement of. Army Director Ali Lewis is given our explanation. I think she says our bench is good enough. Tighten a couple of screws and we're off and running. Chase Denha, first bench. Chase is going to open up with 105 kilos. To follow him will be Alex Kelsey with that same weight on the bar, 105. That's maybe a little bit slower of a first bench for Chase than he might like. Again, all of the technical aspects of the lift proper have been really well executed. Ooh, excuse me. Chase actually received 3 reds. That's one where we didn't have a great look at it. Can't tell you exactly what happened that was the issue. All right, Alex Kelsey. This guy at the ripe age of 17 is going to be a phenom in this sport in all likelihood. Competed 55 days ago. We have been telling you about him as well as Kyle Craig, who also competed in the last Powerlifting America Michigan event. That was the Motor City Muscle Meet over in Plymouth. In 55 days, they were able to turn it around, get back out there on the platform, and Alex has a good first bench. So again, with him as well as Kyle Craig, those guys had, if you wanted to count, and let's say you assume that they took one deload week after their last competition, right? And if that lasted 7 days, that leaves you with 48 days to train between competitions. It's unbelievable. Maybe you get, 30 total training sessions in if you're a fairly high frequency trainer. It's tough to say, but man, the stress that they've put their bodies under, and yet for both guys to still perform as well as they have and to match and or beat some all-time PRs already is pretty insane. Luis Cardenas, a 127.5 opener. This is 22.5 beyond anybody else in this flight. 74 junior. Oh man, does this guy have a twice body weight bench in him? You already see that's probably possible. 3 whites for Luis Cardenas. We'll turn it right back over to the top. Kendall Dahlbeck is going to take 40 kilos for her second bench. That's a 10-kilo jump. You see almost every competitor entering something less than 10 kilos from their first to their second. Almost every, you say, because, again, Kendall right up here at the very top of the flight is going to elect to jump by 10. We're having another little delay. Now I think the attempt timer should be counting down. And it is. Here comes Kendall Dahlbeck. Don't even know that we got the bar as loaded call there. Sometimes, of course, it's just sort of assumed and everybody knows who is up because, again, you proceed through the flight based solely in order of the weight on the barbell. Start command. Kendall's got a real slow crawl on her second bench. You probably expect a real small jump for the third. We also tried to explain in the squat event that you do have the option to scratch that third attempt. That is, to not come out for it at all, to let that attempt timer run down and out. Kendall Dahlbeck was just jumping for joy right in front of us by the table. And really, really happy with that 40-kilo bench second. Sam Davis as well as Taylor Guzzi are both going to be taking 57.5. Sam's an 84, Taylor is an 84 plus. And they both put together some nice squat numbers too. Sam Davis hit a 97.5 kilo squat, Taylor Guzzi a 107.5. Sarah Kruger will be next. Shelly Stetner at 74 years young will be in the hole. Sam Davis going to have more. If it's a linear jump for her, that would put her at 65 kilos for her third. We saw one unsuccessful bench attempt out of this flight to start. It was Chase Denha on his first. He did elect to go up for his second to 110 kilos. Taylor Guzzi, 57.5. Same weight there as Sam Davis. And we love to hear those commands so crisp, so loud. There's zero question about it. They say the bench press is the most technical lift for that reason. You've got the 3 different commands to it. Start, press, and rack. You miss any one of those 3, and you're no lifted. Take another moment in the chat to tell us just who you're cheering for. Again, who sent you the live stream link and didn't warn you that we'd have technical difficulties with it? Who hasn't warned you about the general media coverage and the difficulties that strength sports have experienced? Because we've certainly heard plenty about that and have been part of it. Sarah Kruger goes up 2.5, but there's more to be had there if she wants to go up by 5 or so for her second to her third. We'll find out in a moment. Shelly Stettner, she will go up 5. She'll go 65 up to 70 kilos. She opened above body weight, by the way, at the age of 74 years old. Shelly Stettner is a Masters 4 competitor. Those Masters classes in chunks of 10 years, right? So our Masters 1 beginning at 40 and then up to 49 years of age. Masters 2 and 3 for the 50s and 60s, and in the 4th Masters division here, 70 to 79. Shelly Stettner's still doing this. Shelly began competing at the age of 68 and continues to get better. This is a tying PR. Oh, and it's one of the quickest second benches you're going to find. Shelly might go up to 75, take a 5-kilo comp best. That would be spectacular. We all want to see that. She's also one of those that's competed among a number of different federations. USAPL, Powerlifting America with us here. Also an IPF World Masters once competed. And a little slower on the second for Brianna DuBois. That's good at 72.5 kilos. Brianna might choose to take 75. She might go up to 77.5. That would be a 5 jump again. We'll find out real quick. Her coach was immediate up to the table, so she is exactly going to follow that plan. Sometimes when you feel really, really good or really not so good, you tend to deviate just a little bit from what you wanted to hit on the day. Doesn't look like Brianna DuBois is going to be one of those. Sarah Bloom is going to take 85 kilos. This will be the second attempt for her. And then we'll get on to the men's competitors. Daniel Munson on deck with 102.5, and Chase Denha will be jumping up after missing his first bench. He'll be going to 110. Sarah Bloom, 85 kilos. These second benches have got everybody convinced that there's further to go. It's not quite as taxing to the entire system, typically. Though there are exceptions, it's not often as taxing as the squat and especially the deadlift. Daniel Munson, he's going to take 102.5 for his second bench. Good on 95 kilos the first time. We're going to have a big jump coming when we get there with Alex Kelsey, but we'll tell you all about it when it's time. Daniel Munson jumps 7.5. Start command. That creeped, crawled, but it should count. Daniel's reviewing with his coach all of his options. If he were to go linearly in his jump, he would add another 7.5, and that would take him up to 110. He's reviewing the footage. Many of the coaches as well, when they snap that video with the iPhone, will immediately bring that up to him and show them and say, hey, let's gauge the bar speed of this to determine where you might be able to end up. Chase Denha, again, he'll be up with 110 kilos. And Daniel's just had his coach put in 107.5. It's a really slow second two after the miss on the first, which we think was down to technical issues, though we weren't quite able to tell. Chase does come back with 3 whites that time. And again, you need a successful attempt among all 3 disciplines. You got to have at least 1 for each to get a total, to stay in the meet, as it were. You call that a bomb out when you have any discipline in which you're unable to get one successful attempt. One successful attempt, that is. Everybody in the meet so far through the first almost 2 benches. Alex Kelsey now is going to come up and take a competition PR of 10 kilos for his second bench. Benched 110 55 days ago. We got to keep hitting on that because it's just bonkers to be able to turn around that quickly and still be smashing PRs, be performing way beyond where you were 55 days ago. That is not a whole lot of training between then and now. But he should have 120. Put it on the board. His subtotal already sits at 325. He's got a 10-kilo lifetime competition PR. He already hit a 20-kilo PR on the squat. This guy's already slapped on 30 kilos to the total. And like we mentioned, we told you we would tell you about it when we got there. He is also a deadlift monster. His deadlift opener is 242.5, which would tie, of course, his competition best. And then you expect to see him really load it, into that almost 600-pound range. You need 272.5 if you follow along between your kilo and pound conversions to get over that 600-pound barrier. Lewis Cardenas at 132.5, second bench. There's plenty more there. Lewis might be taking 140. That's going to be an almost twice bodyweight bench if he should choose. He jumped 5 his first time from 127.5 to 132.5.
Thank you.
137.5 is just what we heard at the table. Now, Alex Kelsey has only put in a 2.5 kilo jump for his third bench from 120 to 122.5. We're turning it back over. Kendall Dahlbeck is coming out for her third bench. These are the final bench attempts for Flight A. We'll move down to Flight B as soon as this run of benches is done here for Flight A. Kendall Dahlbeck wants 45 kilos now. And she got it. She got everything she could out of it at that 40-kilo second. Even so, very successful day with the 40-kilo second bench. Again, a raw junior 63 competitor. It's been the teenagers just showing out today. Those who begin as teenagers, there's kind of a couple routes that they can take. They can peak rather early on in their careers and have a couple of really fantastic standout meets, and then maybe you either, burn out in the physical sense or the mental emotional sense, or you sort of start a phenom, but you recognize that you must progress slowly, that you must, over the years, just accumulate the kilos, a handful here and 5 there and 10 there. and those can continue to do it for many, many years. Taylor Guzzi at 62.5, third bench. Taylor Bazinga, that is good. That was sort of shoehorned in, apologies. That's 62.5. Successful, and now these third benches from all the females are going to start approaching that red mark. That mark of a red plate, that is. Sarah Kruger is going to have the blue plus the comp collars. Again, we'll go through all of the denominations of the weights. That barbell is a Texas Power Bar that is 20 kilos. Those competition collars that you see on it are 2.5 apiece for a total of 5. And the blue plates here, that's 20 kilos. A pair of those is 40. Add it up, 40 and 5 and 20, 65 kilos for Sarah Kruger. And I love the speed of the descent with Sarah's third bench there. That is utter confidence in her technique. Some still say, well, the bench press is the most technical lift. Yes, but is it so technical? Does it have to be so technical? Maybe not. Now, Samantha Davis has elected to go a little bit bigger of a jump from her second to her third. She jumped 7.5 the first time. And now she's jumping 10 here. It can be aggressive. As we've said, many will elect for smaller jumps, especially by percentage on the bench, than they will for the squat or the deadlift. 67.5 kilos, Sam Davis. Ooh. You just saw the bar was moving around from really the moment it got to the chest there. Never quite looked right. So the bar must be, for some appreciable length of time, motionless on the chest in order for the referees to begin to give that press command. That is then at their discretion when that command comes, and the lifter must obey all of those commands. That is the start, the press, and the rack command. You wonder if that was even maybe something to do with the low back. That often creeps up on people, especially if you have a heavy and a grindy squat. That can affect your bench afterward and the integrity of the low back, because you saw her arch collapse a little, and then from there, well, most of your power is going to leak out. Let's have Shelly Stetner bench 72.5 kilos for a lifetime PR. What do you say? 68 when she first competed in this fabulous sport. Now, at 74 years old, is she still getting better? Lifetime of strength. It can't be faked. It can't be bought. It can only be earned. Shelly Stetner, it kind of defies words a little bit. You like to say, well, sure, I'd like to work out for my whole life. I'd like to exercise and always feel strong and confident into my elder years, and few are doing it. Shelly Stetner just benched a lifetime PR at the age of 74. Brianna Du Bois with 75 kilos on the barbell. She's got a red on there. She's got a grind. Lights, camera. Lights, where are you? Oh, it is 2-1, red lighted. You wonder, is it the press command? That is probably the number one thing that her coach would instill in her during her training, is that, hey, you can't control exactly how long it is until you get the press command. You just have to try and keep the bar as motionless on your chest as you can. And then only when you hear that press command fully out of the mouth of the referee can you begin to press it. That may have been it. Tough to say. Sarah Blom loads 90 kilos. It's a big bench for her. The final women's bench of the day. Sarah Blom. Oh, man, that didn't even look like the final attempt. I mean, she's probably thinking, hey, can I get a fourth or a fifth there and just keep slapping weight on? 90 kilos for the biggest female bench by 17 and a half, Sarah Blom. Daniel Munson is going to take 107 and a half. We will see some benches in the 170s, however, because if you look down at the very end of Flight C, when our final bench attempts will be coming, it is a sight to behold. You have Stephen Emmett as well as Matthew Paternoster, who are both putting in 172 and a half for their first benches. Chaz Strecker told me as warm-ups were about to start, he's going to open with 160 on bench, but he wants something over 400 pounds. He would have to take at least 182 and a half in order to break beyond that 400-pound barrier. Here's Daniel Munson, 107 and a half on the barbell. He's just a 74-kilo lifter in that 1.5 times body weight range. That's as sticky as you will find on a second. What do you think? Got it. 2-1 with the head referee being the one. How often does that happen? Well, on every discipline, you will see a lot of the head ref getting involved and usually making the crucial decision. Bars loaded. Chase Denha at 112 and a half. Alex Kelsey will be on deck. He'll look to continue just a meteoric rise in the sport of powerlifting. He has 122 and a half loaded. His competition best coming into today was 110 on his bench, and he already threw 20 kilos onto his best squat. Chase at 112 and a half, and that might be smoother than the second. It's 3 white lights. That's all we want to see from these competitors. We want an absolutely perfect 9-for-9 meet for everybody. You know that that's just simply not how the sport goes. It cannot be, and it never will be, because these are max effort limit lifts. Nonetheless, anybody that even gets close, often, 6 or 7 for 9, if you get your PRs, it's an insane feeling of accomplishment. The weeks and months of training and bringing it all together on competition day to say, I was at the best I could be. I was my best on this day. That's all you could possibly ask for. Alex Kelsey to throw on 2.5 more. What's 2.5 more really? Oh, it's maybe a little bit too much to answer that question. He's already got the 10-kilo bench PR. He's already got the 20-kilo squat PR. And we've told you he's a deadlift monster. This kid has an insanely bright future, but that third bench, a little bit much. Louis Cardenas is going to take 137 and a half. He is nearly at a twice body weight bench as a 74-kilo junior. Mic drop. That's the end of the sentence. Lewis already has a 360-kilo subtotal, and he wants to open with a 240-kilo deadlift. He's going to be beyond 600 as a 74 really, really soon. Don't go anywhere. This is 137 and a half, again, for his third bench. A beautiful, aesthetic setup. He's going to opt for many, just as many have, to get a lift off. 137 and a half on the bar. Louis Cardenas. Little heavy. No good. Louis is going to have to take that 132 and a half as his best bench. By the way, that was still the heaviest out of this flight by 12 and a half kilos. Something tells me Louis will take it. Alex Kelsey slapped 10 onto his lifetime PR bench. Lots of great performances across the women's benches too. Shelly Stettner at the age of 74 took 3 attempts to break her PR, a lifetime 2.5 kilo competition PR. It really gives you chills. Kendall Dahlbeck took 40 kilos for her second bench, had to grind it, and she was ecstatic to be able to knock that out. Sam Davis, 57 and a half. Sarah Kruger finished with 65. She took 2.5 kilo jumps successfully. Taylor Guzzi, 62 and a half. Chase Denha, 112 and a half. He also went up just 2.5 for his third. And now we're on to Travis Howell to open up Flight B. Here's the first bench for Flight B. Travis with 97.5. And we are having zero trouble hearing all of the commands now. We love that. The lifters love that. Let's make it so that there is zero doubts, zero questions in anybody's mind. Travis Howell good on that first at 97.5. Within this flight, we're going to have mostly the 83 raw open competitors, rather. You're going to have a long run of them right here. It started with Travis Howell. Now it goes to Alberto Loya Miranda. Remember, he's a junior as well as an open double entrant. And he should be plenty good at 100. Alberto Loya Miranda, good first bench. Subtotal now sits at 300 kilos. For those of you unaware, the subtotal, that refers to the best squat attempt plus the best bench attempt that the lifter has registered so far added together. Then the deadlift rounds out your total. You have to get at least one successful attempt in each of the three to register a total for the meets. We have nobody in danger yet. This is Flight B. It's the bench press discipline, and this is Ian Beckler opening with 105 kilos. Ian went 1 for 3 on the squats, hitting the middle attempt of 162.5. All right. So Ian's pretty convincing on that first bench. Ian's got the Inzer Iron Z wrist wraps on. You'll see that's a very popular one, and they retail for something in the neighborhood of $15. One of the cheaper as well as more effective wrist wraps that you can find. I'm biased, of course, as a competitor who also uses the Inzer Iron Z wrist wraps, unsurprisingly. And I'll take a quick moment to remind you, I'm Tanner White, and it has been a pleasure to bring you all the sights and sounds so far. More of the sounds now as we have finally gotten back on. I just saw that in the chat from the Lifting Lutheran, who is the commentator. Indeed, it's me, Tanner White. Find me on Instagram at The Voice of Tanner. Instagram as well as all of the other socials.
Yes, ma'am.
Karan Singh is going to put in 120 kilos for his opener. That is a big bench. An 83 junior Karan Singh had a very, very good squat too. He got his second. The third was a tad too heavy at 230 kilos. Successful second squat was 220. Here's the 120 bench. Now, it's interesting. You did see Karan's head leave contact with the bench. And then he got one red. I'm wondering if that's what it was for. But Karan Singh, good at 120 kilos. And he's got a nice-looking subtotal right now of 340.
It was still a good look because somebody else didn't catch it. I didn't even know that was a rule. Yeah.
Karan was just told that at the table, too. He said, I didn't know that was a rule. And then that entirely happens, you know. Some of us neurotically read through the entire rule book and know pretty much everything word for word. And some of us show up on meet day and just are here to smash some iron. Jacob O'Hara will also take 120 kilos. Little slower for him, but it's smooth.
Heels on the floor and head on the bench.
And it's funny, we also just had our head referee asking that same thing. He said, so they've got to have the bench on and they've got to have the heels on the floor. That's another one that you will find differences across different federations. However, Powerlifting America is pretty clear in their rule book about that. The contact must remain between the heels. In fact, the verbiage often goes as flat as the heel of the shoe will allow. Your feet have got to try to be flat to the floor. Christopher Moore, he's going to take 125 right here. This is just over 275 pounds. You'll also have Kyle Craig taking that exact same thing, as well as Dominic Marcoux will have three successive lifters here taking the same attempt. It was a really quick descent where you wondered, ooh, is it going to move around on his chest a little bit and take a while to get that press command? But Christopher Moore is good on a 125 bench. Kyle Craig up next. So we've been telling you for quite a while now, Kyle Craig had a great day out at the Motor City Muscle Meet just 55 days ago. He benched 125 on that day for his second, missed at 132.5 for his third bench. Now he's opening at 125 this time, which was previously his second. That is progress. That is chipping away. It is having a long-term vision in this game that so many people think you just don't have very much time to be successful at. Prove them wrong. Kyle Craig, 125, no issue. Ooh, he did get one red. Well, 2-1. I think it was, couldn't tell if it was from the referee to the lifter's right or the head ref. He's discussing, okay, what's the minimum jump I can make here? And I think he is going to choose to make that. And any jump would result in a competition PR for Kyle. Dominic Marcoux taking 125. Oh, did you just blink? That was blown up. Wow. That's intimidating. I think Dominic's saying, dude, I need to load way more than this. Oh. Oh, did he jump the press command, though? He's got 3 reds. Was there no press command at all? It could have been.
297.
He's going to take 10 kilos up. Well, we'll try and see if we can hear an explanation from somebody else of what exactly that was. I'm guessing press command. Again, you've got the 3 different commands that you're going to quite audibly hear from the head referee. You have a start, a press, and a rack command. You've got to get all 3 of them, and should any one of them be missed by the lifter, not obeyed, your lift is red lighted automatically. Reese Porter at 132.5. Again, he is just a junior, a 105, and he had a monster squat of 242.5. That was 500 and roughly 46 pounds, if we're doing the math here right. We'll check that in a moment. So remove all doubt on that opener. Just absolutely throw it around, ragdoll it. And that makes you think, oh, there's plenty more in the tank. He could be looking to take something in the neighborhood of 150 or so. We speculate, but his subtotal of 375, that is the best subtotal so far. Out of Flight A, we want to reiterate this. Luis Cardenas as a 74-kilo junior, that is 3 weight classes below Reese Porter, has a subtotal of 360. That is unbelievable. An absolutely elite number being thrown up. We're back to the top here. This is Flight B's second bench attempts, beginning now with Travis Howell. Travis has 105 on the barbell. That's about 231 pounds. He caught the meanest, the gnarliest sticking point. Got, but 5% or so away in terms of the total range of motion from finishing it. You probably expect him to retake it, and that's exactly what he said. He said, can I reattempt that at 105? That's exactly what we expect. Again, we want to remind you, this guy's planning to open at 250 on his deadlift, and we wish him luck on it. He's one of those where, from the moment he walks out on the platform, you sense, he has a fantastic build for deadlifts. And then you see him open at 250 kilos, or plan open anyway, and you say, yeah, that makes sense. Here's Alberto Loya Miranda, 105 on the bar. Plenty, good enough. Alberto Loya Miranda. He is now 4 out of 5 on the day. Missed just his third squat, had a 205 kilo squat loaded, a little bit heavy. Ian Beckler is going to take 110 kilos right here. Ian, I believe, was the only competitor that went with no knee sleeves and still put up a very good 162.5 number as an 83. And in fact, that was good enough based on what he weighed today to have over a twice body weight squat. And he's got a very good looking first bench too. Second bench, pardon me. Ian's got 105. He's got 110. Now does he want to take 115? He is discussing with his coach real quick. Usually the shorter the conference, the better the sign that it is. It's usually, okay, we developed a plan months in advance of what you would be likely to hit, and we're sticking to it. When you really have to call big audibles, that's where you see things start to get a little funky. Our warm-ups are underway for Flight C. Those are going to be many of our men's 93 Open, in fact, all of the 93 Open competitors, plus some 105s and 120s. Stephen Chen, good on 112.5. Kyle Craig is going to take that smallest of jumps at 2.5. He wants to secure that competition best. And then if there's anything more to be had on his third bench, maybe he takes another 2.5. And if you hit both of those, well, then you've added 5 kilos on your lifetime best bench.
Can I go for a PR? 125.
PR time, baby.
Here's Kyle Craig with 127.5 kilos on the barbell. It's a 281-pound bench for an all-time PR. I mean, it's not supposed to be quite that clean and quite that easy, is it? See, I got to give Kyle a hard time. Kyle, as you come over to the table, man, I got to give you a hard time. So what are you going up by? 5, 7.5?
Going up 2.5.
2.5? Oh, man. Hey, it's still already a competition PR as I understand it, correct? So it's already a competition PR?
Yeah.
All right, man, keep it up. He's going to enter another 2.5 jump after he just hit that last one to secure the very small competition PR. He says, okay, I want to chip away again and get a little bit more. And again, he is a fantastic deadlifter. He's going to open at 240 as an 83 competitor. Wouldn't be surprised to pull him into that 600-pound range. Christopher Moore at 130. Again, he's got the really, really quick descent. And yet, it still pops right up. You'll see a lot of different philosophies about that. Some people think, hey, the fastest that you're capable of moving the weight, that's how fast you've got to try and lift it every single time, no matter how heavy it is. Some people put a massive emphasis on control and a real slow lowering to make sure that that touch point, that point where the bar contacts the chest, is in the perfect spot every time for them. Christopher Moore with an aggressive bench style. It's worked so far. Jacob O'Hara at 130. Okay, he's got plenty more. Wouldn't be shocked at all to see him take 140. That would be 2 linear jumps of 10. He is, I think, being warned again about having his feet on the floor, but it did look like it passed. It did. It's a good bench at 130 for Jacob O'Hara. Karan Singh is letting it fly right now. 120 on his first, 135 on his second. 15 kilos, you'd often say is a huge jump, especially on bench press. Ooh, Karan, I think, clipped the rack a little bit before he got that start command. I think that's what's taking so long to get the command. Now, finally. And it's wavering. It could be. Oh. What do you say? Wow, that's 2-1. It passed. By far the longest bench grind that we've seen so far. And in fact, the best one before that may have been Kendall Dahlbeck to get her second. Man, Karan got a very, very long wait between the time that he unracked that and got that start command. Don't think Karan is going to be happy about that, and I think he's talking to his coach about that right now. But I think Dominic Marcoux is going to be very happy with this. I believe he jumped the press command on his first, comes back, and he says, oh, well, that's all I've got to do, just obey these couple of words. Dominic's good at 135 on his second bench. Reese Porter's just put in 142 and a half. And that's even as a 105. A really impressive number. He's maybe got 150 or so that he could take for, and if he chose to do 2 linear jumps of 10 kilos apiece, it would be 152 and a half. That would be 336-ish in pounds. If you haven't figured out all of the conversions, then, well, don't worry. Again, we're looking at a loading chart, so we can kind of cheat over here at the table. Reese Porter at 142 and a half. Reese at the ripe age of 21 years old. This would be the heaviest bench so far. Okay, there's way, way more there. If Reese takes 155, I won't be shocked. Reese Porter, the heaviest in that flight on the bench press by 12.5 kilos. Pardon me, by 7.5 over Dominic Marcoux, as well as Karan Singh. They both hit 135. Back up to the top. This is the third attempts on the bench press. It's flight B, our second of 3 flights. And this is the final bench attempt for each of these lifters in the flight. Here's Travis Howell retaking at 105 after a miss on the second. It got real grindy. It got real sticky right before the top. And now that sticking point came a little bit earlier, and you had a feeling that that might be the case. It's a deadlifter's build. There's no denying that when you look at Travis Howell with the very, very long arms, very short torso, and very long legs. Again, his deadlift opener is 250 kilos. That is a huge number, and he's probably going to look to make up some of that ground that he lost on bench by getting it back in the deadlift. He's going to go just 1 for 3 on the bench, with 97.5 being his best successful bench. Alberto Loya Miranda is going to take 2 5-kilo jumps here. This is 110 on the bar. And that was sticky. Maybe a little bit of a surprise. But Alberto, no good on the third attempt. He's got a 305 subtotal. Again, that subtotal is just the sum of the best squat and the best bench that the lifter has registered. The best subtotal within this flight, unsurprisingly, Reese Porter at 385 kilos. That's the best subtotal overall so far. And yet, second among all competitors in subtotal right now is Luis Cardenas, the 74-kilo junior. We got to keep harping on that. That is an unbelievable performance from him. Plus, he has a 240-kilo deadlift opener. He could really end up somewhere near some of the top totals as a 74 junior. This is Ian Beckler, 115 on the bar. He's got a subtotal of over 600 pounds now, or 272.5 kilos. He will grind. Looks like it's going to count. Yeah, it is. So, a somewhat rocky start on the squats. The very first squat got 3 reds for depth. He comes back, gets the second, unable to grind out the third, and then just goes a perfect 3 for 3 on bench. Ho-hum. He's got a very respectable deadlift opener entered of 195. Again, this is the long run of men's 83 open competitors. The top of this weight class is 83 kilos. That's, just over 183 pounds. And many of these competitors weighing in a little bit light. The lightest of them being Kyle Craig, who we'll see up next trying to bench 130. This is 125 for Stephen Chen. He said, I'm loading a PR here. I'm going to let it fly. That's what he told us as he came to the table. He's making it fly. I mean, if you say you're going to load it, you've simply got to find a way. I think that's the best reaction we've had so far. This guy just walked away shouting. Stephen Chen, 125, good third bench. Kyle Craig throwing on 2.5 more. He's already gone 2.5 above his personal best and now looking to add 2.5 more. Knows he's got that deadlift. Should he miss this? Not going to hurt him, but should he hit it? Going to throw on 2.5 more. Bang. Oh, Kyle Craig, man, you crack me up. This guy, consecutive attempts taking just 2.5 kilo lifetime PRs and hit them both with, well, a lot of ease. Karan Singh is going to also jump just 2.5. He's going to go 135 to 137.5. Again, he had the issue with the head coming off the bench on the first one. Corrected, certainly, for the second, as he was warned about it. But don't believe he actually got 3 reds. I believe he got 1 red from the head referee. 137.5. Not to take anything away, by the way. Still an 83 junior. 137.5. Karan Singh. Took him a while again to get that start command. Find out what it does to the press. And too much. I think it's going to be the exact same issue, and he's going to be a little upset about it. He's going to say, it is taking far too long once I have unracked the bar before I get that start command. I think it's very likely to be that same issue, and Karan was clearly a little bit upset. You can't take anything away from a 355 kilo subtotal. An 83 junior, Karan Singh, like many of these teenage competitors, has a very, very bright future ahead. This is going to be Christopher Moore taking that exact same weight here at 137.5. Guy's been around the block. Does he have what it takes? A third bench, 137.5 over 300 pounds. I think he had downward movement. And it's yanked. Nonetheless, that 130 bench is still among the top 6 benches that we've had so far, I believe. Those include Luis Cardenas with his 132.5. That is the 3rd best bench that we've seen. And one more time, we want to tell you, that's a 74 kilo junior. We've seen lots of other great benches so far, but just in comparison, it really seems like Luis Cardenas is the most standout bencher that we've seen so far. Dominic Marcoux had a really, really easy time at 135 for his second. He loads 140 here. Jacob O'Hara will take the same in a moment. Dominic at 140. Juice. Are you thirsty? Do you need some quick carbs? Do you need to rehydrate? Get some juice. 140 kilos for this 83 competitor. Again, Dominic Marcoux was good as ever on that, and Jacob O'Hara is going to take the same thing. Now, maybe the difference is Dominic opened a little bit heavier at 125 versus 120 for Jacob. Does Jacob have anything more in the tank? Although Dominic's was about as picture-perfect as you could ask for. Seemed like the exact right attempt. That's a real slow, deliberate attempt. It's a real slow, deliberate press. And it is good. It's another one where I wasn't able to see the lights. I had one of our spotters who stood up in front of the board there and blocked my view for just a moment. So Reese Porter, we said that there was definitely a good deal left in the tank. and Reese has elected to go up by 5 more. He already has the best bench and will finish with the best bench out of this flight. But slapping 5 more kilos on, why not? This would take him to a 390 subtotal. His deadlift opener is 225. That is 10 kilos above his squat opener. But he's got very nice ratios, very well-rounded. Reese Porter at 147.5. £325 is just not supposed to do that. Floated a 390 subtotal. Reese Porter, by far the best bench that we've seen on the day. Now, there's plenty of even openers coming up in this class that are heavier than that, right? That's just where the level of competition is today and where the level of competition is throughout the Powerlifting American Federation. It is known for outstanding competition. Man, Reese Porter, as a junior, puts up a 325 bench. Elman Beethoven with 105 on the bar. This is the opening bench of Flight C. Elman's got no issue. He is hydraulic. Christopher Bravo coming up next with 112.5. You saw a few more of those third benches start to get dropped. You had 4 miss their third bench in that Flight B, and you had 5 miss their third bench in Flight A. You have a ton of massive bench numbers coming up, and you have a lot of guys who will be probably looking to take lifetime PRs, even maybe if they're just on the platform. Well, that's kind of where you'd prefer to have them. 112.5 is the attempt here for Christopher Bravo to open. There's a little bit of shake, but there's no slowing down. Christopher Bravo, good bench. Joseph Valente has 125 on the bar, and then it starts to get a little bit nuts. Ross Lane will go 145. Keith McCubbin wants 150. Ronald Toney wants 150 to open. There's massive benchers from this point forward. By the way, Nicolin Cola is going to have a bench opener which is heavier than his squat opener. That is unbelievable. Joseph with 125 on the bar here. Again, Ross Lane on deck wants 145. And then Keith McCubbin will jump all the way to 150 kilos in the hole. Joseph Valente, good on 125. So 125 was good. Is maybe 130 or 132.5 better? Let's find out. Ross Lane had a wild third squat grind. Let's find out what's in the tank on the bench. Ross approaching his master years, staring them down as it were at the age of 39. Coached by Brendan Pappin of Momentum. Ross Lane has a 93, opening at 145. There's way, way more there. We're here to warn you. His best competition bench of all time was 160. That was set at the USAPL Full Send Invitational back over 4 years ago in 2021. There's been a number of years and miles that he's put on his body since then. But, man, it looks like there's a lot more there for Ross Lane. It looks like 160 and beyond is a distinct possibility. He's just going to have to jump a fair amount to get there, and that might be the one difficulty. We'll wait for his second attempt to be put in, but you would think it's something in the neighborhood of 152.5 to 155, and he needs, again, at least 160 to tie that comp PR, or 162.5 to break it. Speaking of, Keith McCubbin at 150. His best competition bench is also 160. He's opening 10 kilos away from that. That is the slowest, most deliberate unrack that we've seen. Elects to do it himself, too. Didn't get a handoff. And now 150 is just tossed. Ragdolled. Really good looking subtotal for him right now after just one bench of 377.5. But he's like, oh, hey, I get 2 more of these. Ross Lane did just put in 152.5 for his second. So if he were to take 2 linear jumps, Ross would end up at 160 for his third. He's got that 395 subtotal right now. On the back of a 250 squat and a 145 bench. He's sitting very pretty among the 93s, but there are some animals down at the bottom of this flight that he'll run into. Ronald Toney at 150. Uh-oh. I mean, I blinked and I missed the whole thing. Ronald Toney, 150, not an issue. And the guy calls himself the Dreadlifter. I mean, come on, you know his deadlift's going to be monstrous. He had a best competition total coming in of 667.5. That included a 157.5 bench. There he just opened with 150, and it made it look, well, far too light. It was almost disturbing. Nicolin Kola, again, he's going to open at 160 on his bench, heavier than his squat opener. The former wrestler at Macomb CC. Oh, you saw the head fly off the bench. Saw the head flying off, and I think his coach just said that same thing. Hey, your head really just immediately came off. Guy says he's bench 405 in the gym, and we can clearly see that he's capable of it. Up next, Chaz Strecker. He's going to open with that same weight as Nicolin Colin at Nicolin Kola. Oh, it's been a long day already, folks. Can you tell? Just over 3 hours in here for the Umbra Classic. Anyway, Chaz Strecker opening with 160 kilos on the barbell. His heaviest bench opener, and you wouldn't know it by watching that. All right, Chaz, there's a little bit more there, huh? Chaz approaches the table now. He's going to put in his second. He needs at least 177.5 if he wants that competition PR. He has a standout bench. He has hit 175 before. That was back at the Tournament of Power for USAPL in July of last year.
172.5.
Here's 172.5 by Stephen Emmett to open. 380 for the first bench. Man, and it is such a beautiful technique from him. It is optimized for pure power. The short, powerful stroke of that guy. This guy's made to power lift. Look at him. Matthew Potter-Noster is also going to open with 172.5. By the way, Matthew is a 93 junior. Just ought to mention that, opening at almost twice body weight. Oh boy, 400 benches are going down today, maybe multiple. Stephen Emmett has already put in his 400-plus pound attempt. He wants 182.5 for his second. Chaz Strecker also is going to jump 12.5 to 172.5 for his second bench. We're going to turn it back over to the top of the flight. That means Elmond Beethoven is back up. This is the second bench attempt. We're on our final flight. Matthew Paternoster just put in 180 for his second attempt on bench. The best subtotal so far belongs to Stephen Emmett at 445 kilos. You can see him mashing his head and his upper back into the bench, but in the end, it stalled and just not quite there on the second. You'll likely see Elmond retake that at 110. Christopher Bravo wants a 15-kilo jump of his own, so we're seeing a lot of really big jumps. You know, in the neighborhood of 12.5 to 15 kilos, usually thought of as too much for bench. But it's just tough with as many massive benches as there are in this flight, and guys kind of measuring themselves against each other, against, you know, those in their weight class, but also overall you want to have the heaviest bench and things of that nature. Christopher Bravo here again, 127.5 on the bar. This is a 15-kilo jump. But you would not know it. Oh, that's tossed. Another one of those where it kind of looked like that first and the second were the same speed.
130, yeah. 130. No, 32.5. 132.5.
Christopher Bravo is going to put in a 5-kilo jump up to 132.5. Joseph Valente, 137.5 upcoming. He jumps 12.5 after he missed his first. It's a gamble. Got to have a successful attempt to stay in the meet, and that fight begins right here. Over 300 pounds. Creepy Crawley had some downward motion, and now it's yanked. Well, it's another perfect example of the importance of spotters every single time you lift, of course, for every single lifter's safety. However, it's magnified on competition day when opponents are, you know, everybody's sizing each other up, and you really sometimes determine exactly what you're going to put on the bar by kind of what you need to win your weight class or, again, overall. And that leads some people to be, you know, beyond their limit, as it were. Ross Lane has 152.5 on the bar now. With the competition best of 160, he's getting in range to take something real close to that. If this can move a little slower, plenty good. His subtotal is going to jump over 400 kilos with that, all the way up to 402.5. So Nicol Nkola is going to come back up, and he had his head fly off the bench. He was probably another one just not aware of that rule, specifically in this federation. Mandates that the head must stay in contact with the bench and the feet must stay in contact with the floor, non-negotiable. He comes back out with 160 kilos on there again. It's still a huge number for him, but the technical standards here with Powerlifting America are high. Wow, and an aggressive dump. And he was able to withstand it. Now he comes up holding his head a little bit. Interesting. Oh, he got 3 reds again. I think he is realizing, too, he felt clearly that his head had come up the moment that it happened. It's one of those you can't correct it on the fly and slap it back down. The damage has already been done. So he's got to get a successful one in, and he just re-entered for the 3rd time now, 160. He'll be benching to stay in the meet for his 3rd attempt. Wow. That's a juicy little detail to this. Here's Keith McCubbin. He's taking 160 to tie his competition PR and set him up for a small, maybe 2.5 to 5 kilo on his 3rd. He's competed everywhere between 90 and 120. Been filling out this class. Weighed in today at 109, kind of on the light end of 120. In fact, very much on the light end. But let's see. Where is that top end strength? 160. Good. Keith McCubbin got options. We're guessing it's going to be 5-ish. Ronald Toney is going to take that same weight as well at 160 kilos. Chaz Strecker, as we mentioned, he's going to take a big jump, 12.5 kilos to 172.5. Matthew Paternoster, 180. And then Stephen Emmett, 182.5 coming up. That'll be the first 400-plus pound bench attempt of the day. Are you with us? Nicola Cola, again, will have to retake for the 3rd time 160 in order to get one on the board and stay in. Ronald Toney, the dread lifter, but he's got way more on bench. So he's evolved. He's found his best bench, and it looks like it's coming out today. Already a competition PR on his 2nd bench. Came in with 157.5 as his PR. Competed in February in Indiana at the Groundhog's Day grind and bench 157.5 there. Had a 429 dots, a very respectable dots. And now Chaz Strecker, after an aggressive 12.5 jump, he's coming out with 172.5 on to tie a competition PR on his 2nd. Guy's already got a 465.75 as his best dots. Could he get in that range of almost 500 if he's able to PR on the bench and the deadlift? Let's find out real soon. 172.5 on the barbell for a 380-pound bench press. Chaz Strecker on the 2nd. Okay, it leapt up, and he got there. 380 on the 2nd is good. That's a 430 subtotal for now. Is he able to take a 5 jump? Does he go with just 2.5?
Are we thinking 391 or 391?
Chaz and his coach both having a little bit of dialogue.
I'd say lower. You say 177. All right, let's hit it.
177.5 would tie his competition best. Matthew Paternoster to load 180. The rest of these benches are just absolutely comical. 397 pounds going down. It's just so pretty. You could watch it all day long. Everything has to be so technically perfect to express your absolute maximum strength. That's all well and good. We all know that bench is a practical, very, very technically demanding lift. And to then have your best strength available to you on the day, to put all of those variables together, the hydration and the nutrition of the several days before, the sleep, the stress, knocking out as much training fatigue as you can, expressing your maximum preparedness. It is unbelievable to put that all together at such a high level. As a 93 junior, Matthew Paternoster good at 180 and will await his 3rd bench. Boy, I wonder 185-ish. Anything 182.5 or more would put him over that 400-pound barrier. Speaking of the 400-pound barrier, Stephen M. to take that by storm here. 182.5 on the bar. You got spotters everywhere. But no need. That's over 400 pounds on the second attempt. This is comical. 187.5. He knew the plan. He was sticking to it. It's time for third benches of the final flight. Not much time remains for everybody to separate or come back to the pack. Let's have it all out right now. Elman Bejtovic is retaking his second, missed at 110. He had 3 misses on those second benches, and we have seen all 3 of those lifters retake at that same weight. At least enter it. Elman Bejtovic, 110. Creepy, crawly bench. I think he had the downward movement maybe, but can he finish? It's one of those, if you can make it become a referee call, make them make a decision on it, you never know how it might go. But in the end, tad too much. Had to grind it already on that second. And trying to repeat that again with the whole fatigue of the day, already hitting a very nice squat PR to start it off and all that. You understand exactly why the bench press is difficult. And it is, of course, the smallest contributor to the total. For almost all lifters, that is, the deadlift is the biggest part of that total. We have seen some unbelievably massive squats for some of our competitors, so that won't be the case for a few of them. But for most all, you'll see that their deadlift is the lift that they're able to lift the most with. Christopher Bravo wants 132.5. 330 subtotal. And it came off the chest just not quite quick enough. He's already got that 127.5 in the bag, and that is still a 330 subtotal, pardon me. It's funny, he missed that first squat and then came back and added a monster number to it. He came back and added 27.5 to get up to 202.5. Joseph Valente. He needs this bench to stay in it. He and Nicola are in exactly that same boat. Without a successful attempt, they will not register a total today. This should get people up and out of their seats. You should be able to hear us. The 137.5 retake coming. Opened at 125. Up. Might be stuck. And 3 more reds is going to see Joseph Baum out on the bench. You hate to see it for any competitor who has put in the months and really the years of heavy grinding. You know, many of them have traveled quite a distance. They've spent lots of money with coaches. They spent lots of money on equipment. You know, the nutrition, the training, the sleep, spending all that time dialing it in. Sometimes on the day, something unforeseen simply happens. Got to move on. Ross Lane is going to take 155 for his third bench. This would equal what he hit last year at the Michigan Classic, also a Powerlifting America event. Ross showing the bar. Who's boss? A grind so smooth. When you get to see one like that, it's a treat. Ross Lane's also a massive deadlifter. If he missed, maybe something that he thought he might be able to hit on bench, well, he can probably just throw it on the bar on deadlift and he'll figure a way out of it. He had a great dots coming in. His best dots was a 4:32.06. It was set quite a while ago, though, almost 7 years ago. In fact, just beyond 7 years ago in a USAPL meet called the RPG Barbellum. This is 160. Nico Lincola needs this to stay in it. And it was all about the technical standards. Did he make all of the necessary corrections? Yes, he did. So he's going to be a little sheepish. And yet, it is a monster attempt for him to hit. Joseph Valente was unable to hit that bench to stay in the meet and record a total, but Nico Lincola was. Also, 160 is a phenomenal bench. We don't want to take anything away from it. Keith McCubbin is loading 165 for the heaviest bench so far for a 5 kilo competition PR. Here's Keith McCubbin. Keith, as slow and deliberate as anybody, from the moment he begins to grip that bar a little bit harder to take it out of the rack until the moment it's back there after the rack command. Let's see a 165 bench. Masters competitors, that just means you're still getting better with age. Keith McCubbin at 165. You can watch it all day long and never get bored. Count it. 5 kilo comp PR. Some have that idea in their heads that in your 40s, you're simply no longer able to get better. Well, Keith McCubbin's 44, still getting better. For masters to have their best days ahead of them is so, so exciting. Ronald Toney is also going to take a 165 third bench. This would be 7.5 kilos beyond his PR. Competed in February, hasn't had so long to train, not going to be bothered. Bang. Ronald Toney, that's easy work. I wonder if he thought there was actually a little bit more in me. He might have that in the back of his head a little bit. He went for a huge swing for his third squat. Wanted to go from 225 all the way to 242.5. He missed that third squat. But on bench, he made up some ground. That was a 165 third bench for Ronald Toney, a 7.5 kilo all-time PR rather. And now 390 for his subtotal. Chaz Strecker wants 177.5. This is to tie his competition best. This guy only takes his lifetime PRs in the meet. He really prides himself on doing that, and he enjoys doing that. Let's find out if he can match that all-time best on his bench. Chaz Strecker, 177.5. It's sticky and too much on the day. He had to grind on the very first. And Chaz is pretty intense. He's going to be kicking himself probably, but nonetheless. Chaz also has a massive deadlift. He has attempted as much as 282.5, so he can still make up some ground and really didn't lose much at all. That was equal to that second attempt that he hit of 172.5 was equal to what he hit at Irongeddon in October of last year. Now, we're at comical numbers right now. This is Matthew Paternoster, 185 on the bar. A 408-pound bench. You don't see this in your local crunch. You don't see this in your local Planet Fitness. Again, we have every spotter, loader. Everybody has to get in on this because of how insane some of these third benches are. Matthew Paternoster was a tad bit too much. but he still had an almost twice body weight bench, still has the second best bench of anybody at 180 kilos. Speaking of the best bench, here is Stephen Emmett. His lifetime PR was 177.5. He's already broken that to add 10 kilos on and cement himself as the best bencher here on the day. 187.5, Stephen Emmett. You can watch it all day long and you never get tired. Turn him up. Mic drop for the third benches. Stephen Emmett goes 187.5. A junior 120, not a super heavyweight, with a 460 subtotal. That, like you might imagine, leads everybody so far. Matthew Paternoster, second in those subtotals, as he's 4 out of 6 for the day. His second attempts have been just as amazing. He missed at 185. Chaz Strecker missed at 177.5. But what a display, a fireworks show we had for the end of that flight. Keith McCubbin also secures his competition PR at 165 kilos. The deadlift event is up next. We're going to turn it over to deadlifts. It'll take about 10 minutes or so. We'll get that rack out of there. And then it's just the final discipline. Kendall Dahlbeck is going to open up at 75 kilos when we come back. She's a women's raw junior 63. She's already got a 120 subtotal up there on the board. And we're just going to have to see where all of these chips fall. But monster numbers were thrown around on the bench press event. I'm Tanner White, and you're watching the Umbra Classic. Here from Umbra Strength, it's Powerlifting America. Thanks once again to Allie Lewis, our meet director, to all of our loaders, spotters, everybody who has positively grinded to make this event happen. And thank you so much for all of your patience through a good number of technical difficulties that we've had throughout the day. We'll be back in just about 10 minutes for the beginning of the deadlift event, our final discipline of the day.
told to you.
And we are back. So sorry for the ever so brief delay. However, you just saw a successful first attempt on the deadlift event. That's exactly where we are in the competition. That means we've gone through all of our squats, all of our benches for 3 flights. It's flight A, B, and C. To start off this flight A, if you're just joining us earlier on in the day, well, we may have told you that this is all of the women's competitors first in this flight. Kendall Dahlbeck, the very first one, just had a successful attempt there at 75 kilos. Up next is Samantha Davis. And then we will progress to the men's sub-juniors, men's raw open 74, and the 174 junior, Luis Cardenas, as well as the sub-junior 93, Alex Kelsey. Samantha Davis, 90 kilos coming up. Any questions? Feel free to drop them in the YouTube chat. And Samantha Davis, boy, she's just going to control that eccentric just for good measure to lower that thing down nice and soft and slow as almost a library style deadlift. You actually hear that as an accessory that some coaches will plan to, milk the deadlift for everything it's worth in terms of the hypertrophy stimulus of it, right? To really slow and controlled lower that barbell and practice perfect tension throughout the full body. Sarah Kruger, going to come up and load 105. She's a raw open 76. She's the only 76 kilo competitor here today among all of our women. And unnerving how quick the 105 was. Sarah Kruger is good on that. She's got 2 more coming up and could be thinking somewhere in the neighborhood of a 120, 125. Maybe we could see 2 reds on that barbell for her third. That'd be exciting. Taylor Guzzi is going to come up with 112.5 on there. Taylor's an 84 plus competitor. She is 6 for 6 so far, make it 7 out of 7. Taylor's been making some really nice attempts and very happy with where she's at. Just one single command will be given with the deadlift. All that matters is that down command. Important that the lifters do not drop the barbell. They must maintain some semblance of control of it with their hand on the bar as it descends all the way to the floor. Brianna Du Bois is going to open with those aforementioned 2 reds. Love to see it. Brianna, a Grand Rapids native, coached by Brendan Pappen of Momentum, as are a number of our other lifters today, says the squat is her favorite meet. She's got a really convincing first deadlift at 125. Her total right now, after that successful attempt, sits at 400. Depends on how much is in the tank. She says, again, the squat is her favorite. It is her most successful lift. She squatted 157.5 today, by far and away the heaviest women's squat. And a couple of good deadlifts at 125 to start this off. Everybody looks strong through their deadlifts. You get a little, very brief 10-minute break as we change over to our final discipline of the day, the deadlift. It's just enough really to, get maybe one snack in, you drink some water, catch your breath from that final bench attempt if you were one of those last few. Even so, you never sit down for too long. We've been moving right along here, and we are under 4 hours. Call it about 3:45 that we've been lifting so far. Started at 9 a.m. sharp this morning. It's 12:48 p.m. That first attempt was all the way back with Kendall Dahlbeck's first squat at 72.5. From then, we've progressed. We've seen a bunch of monster squats, and we saw a 182.5 bench out of Stephen Emmett for the heaviest successful bench attempt. 187.5. Can't shortchange him on what was such a fantastic number for him. Now, here comes everyone's favorite Women's Masters 4 competitor, Shelly Stetner, is going to open up at 137.5. Way beyond twice body weight. At the age of 74, it's a little bit creepier and crawlier maybe than you'd like. It's an opener that you wonder maybe leaves her with a little bit less in the tank. But it is successful. Her coach has just come up to the table and entered 145. She'll jump 7.5 from that first deadlift to the second. Those are all of our women's competitors. Daniel Munson, here he comes. He's the one open 74 kilo lifter, and he takes 165 for his open. You've seen our competitors so far elect to use the conventional deadlift stance. We wonder towards the very end of this fight, will we see these last couple being Louis Cardenas and as well as Alexander Kelsey electing for the sumo stance. As somebody who's gotten to witness Alexander Kelsey before, who is a massive deadlifter, and we expect that he will continue to use the sumo as his competition stance. You have the choice, of course, between the two. All you've got to have is the hips, knees, and shoulders all locked. Then you get that down command, control it down to the ground with the hands on the barbell for a good lift. Louis Cardenas, by the way, as a 74, is going to take 240 kilos. That's way beyond 3 times body weight. Oh my goodness. He will be the first sumo lifter, and he knocked it out of the park. Oh my goodness. That is a 600 total right now with plenty of room for more. Kind of poo-poos it with his hand, says, forget it. I got way more than that. Now Alex Kelsey at 242.5. That just tied his competition best. That was set just 55 days ago at the Motor City Muscle Meet. That was the last Powerlifting America event in Michigan before today. Alex probably thinking I've got way more. Went 225, 235, 242.5. His third attempt has now become an opener. Still in a sub-junior category, 17 years of age. He's a 93 kilo competitor, and today he weighed in at 91, so 2 kilos under the cap for this class. Kendall Dahlbeck is going to take 82.5 for her second deadlift. We flew through that first set of the deadlift attempts here for Flight A. We've got 3 flights, Flight A, B, and C. We have 2 more attempts here from each lifter in Flight A. Then we'll be on to Flight B, and Ian Becker will have the opener there at 195. Kendall, good, 82.5. Had really 0 issues to this point on those first deadlifts. The slowest one that you saw was likely, if we were to measure the bar speed there, Shelly Stetner. Louis Cardenas looked like he put in 252.5. Again, he is a 74 junior. You might be talking in the neighborhood of almost a 4 times body weight deadlift by the time he gets to his third attempt. Unbelievable. This is 102.5. Samantha Davis. And it's smooth as anything. The purple socks with the purple A7 singlet, that's a great look. That is a calculated, coordinated meet attire. Sarah Kruger is going to take 117.5. Sarah at 117.5, no biggie. Current total is now 297.5. Taylor Guzzi is going to go 5 kilos beyond what we just saw Sarah take at 122.5. We were rapidly approaching that 2 reds barrier. Everything from this point and beyond for the flight will be at least that. And then we'll turn it over to Kendall Dahlbeck. She'll have her third attempt at 90 when we're back up at the top. Wow, the speed with which she broke the floor. And then you saw a little bit of rock forward and then back onto the heels, and still she saved it. Maybe in the area of 130 for Taylor second. She might take a little bit less of a jump there. Has her coach up at the table, putting that in for her. Brianna Du Bois, she wants 135. It's going to be 2 reds, a white, and again, those competition collars add 5 kilos. Don't forget those. Put her at a 365. There's way, way more there. Brianna Du Bois with the easiest second, I would say, that we've seen. Nothing but white lights. That is a beautiful sight to see. It's a great start on deadlifts. It doesn't look like anyone's gas tanks are truly empty yet. When you get to those thirds and people have had some benches and some squats even that haven't gone their way, that's when you start to see some absurdly aggressive third deadlift when some people need it. Sarah Blom, 137.5. Oh, way, way more to be had for Sarah. Had the biggest women's bench by a bunch. Benched 90 kilos, and nobody else among all of our women's competitors over 72.5. 17.5 kilos beyond what anybody else managed to bench. That is a great number. She's an 84-plus competitor. Her and Taylor Guzzi are the 2 84-plus women. Chase Denha at 140. Goes with a more narrow sumo stance, but it works. Chase is good on that. And if he enters a linear jump, that would take him to 145 for his third. Shelly Stetner is going up to 145. A reminder, a 60-kilo, 74-year-old woman walking up, confidently entered, and will confidently attempt to pull 145 kilos. 319 plus pounds on the barbell. Masters 4 and still getting better. Is there much more to say? We expect maybe that she'll put in 150 for the third. That would be unspeakable. Daniel Munson is coming up next. He's going to make a fairly big 15-kilo jump from 160 to 180. But the deadlift is probably where you can see the biggest jumps percentage-wise, in addition to just total weight jump. And good at 180. That takes him up to a 452.5 total. He's beyond that 1,000-pound barrier. You love to see that on a total. And as a 74, you love it even more. Luis Cardenas wants 252.5. Lewis came in as a 433 dots competitor. Already near that sort of elite range, has been a 75-kilo competitor in the UPA as well as USPC. Switching over here to Powerlifting America and just looking to take it all over, just looking to dominate all the junior everything. 252.5. Count it. Now, again, a linear jump is an option, or he could go even a little bit heavier. Jump 12 and a half, his first to second time. Alex Kelsey, definition of a phenom, is up next. Alex benched 120. That was 10 kilos beyond his personal best. He squatted 205. That was 20 kilos beyond his personal best. Those were both set just 55 days ago. Alex is having a discussion and given. They're not loading his attempt. They're back up loading Kendall Dahlbeck's attempt.
I don't know if we didn't get his attempt in or what happened.
It got typoed in next to his. That's all I'm looking at.
This is interesting. I think they're saying that Alex's attempt was accidentally entered as the same as Luis Cardenas, or rather was not entered at all into our computer system. I believe he did want the exact same weight as Luis, and maybe that's what the confusion was, that because those two both wanted the exact same, when it was entered, nobody necessarily caught that. Because Alex knew he was up, and he was ready to pull, and then noticed, hey, this isn't my weight being loaded. I think that's a fantastic catch by him. Now, it's going to take a moment to load his on here, because he also wants 252 and a half. So you got to start with the 4 reds, you know that much. Then you get a green on there. Then it's a black and a silver with a comp collars. Add it all up, 252 and a half kilos. You with us? So he's going to be pulling on his second attempt for a 10-kilo deadlift personal best. This will be a 40-kilo add onto his total after just 2 deadlift attempts. He's got another one coming up to add on maybe even a little bit more as a sub-junior at the age of 17. Oh, by the way, he pulls a conventional. Ooh, did he jump that down command? I'm almost certain. The answer is yes. Our head referee is going to red light that. And I think he just said, yeah, I had a little lapse in concentration there. Tapped his head. It does appear that he's going to go up, but maybe now not by quite as much. Even so, unbelievable deadlift. Luis Cardenas just put in 260 for his third attempt, for what it's worth. 260, by the way, one more time, as a 74 junior. And the grind on the third for Kendall Dahlbeck should be good. Kendall's going to come away with a 7 for 9 day. Got the third squat, got the third deadlift, only missed that third bench to add to her total. And she totals 210. She was the lightest among all of the, pardon me, I believe Kendall was the second lightest. No, indeed she was, just the lightest by a hair below Shelly Stettner. Sam Davis at 110, count it. Sam's going to finish her day 8 out of 9. Moved her total up to 265 kilos. The biggest women's total, as it has for the whole day so far, belongs to Brianna Du Bois. Brianna entered a 10-kilo jump from her second to third. It'll be 135 to 145, but Sarah Bloom will be taking the heaviest deadlift attempt. Pardon me, Shelly Stettner actually put in 152 and a half. She will be taking the heaviest deadlift attempt as a 74-year-old. Unbelievable. First, we got Sarah Kruger at 127 and a half. And it's good. That's a 307.5 total for Sarah Guzzi at 132.5. She's also jumping 10 kilos, but that's probably within the reasonable realm of expectations, that is. Chase Denha will follow this attempt, and then we'll go back to the women's competitors with Brianna Du Bois and Sarah Blow. But Taylor Guzzi, 132.5. 9 for 9. Sounds like a couple good numbers to me. And you can put it on the board. Taylor Guzzi, a perfect day at 9 for 9. Taylor's coach is Juliana King of the Strength Guys. You've seen her at the table quite a lot, making some perfect textbook suggestions, and all of these attempts have been in the exact right range for these lifters today. Chase Denha coming out with 145. Oh, pardon me, Brianna Du Bois. They will both have the same weight. I think it was, in fact, loaded for Chase first. Yes, now it was. And they're both kind of sheepishly laughing it off. But Chase Denha comes out with this weight first. Then Brianna Du Bois will also take it at 145. And Chase will put 5 more kilos on his total and round out the day with that 430. Just a tad bit under that 1,000-pound barrier. Those 430 kilos, that's about 948 pounds if you're doing the math at home. Or if you're utterly unable to do the math and you're hoping you can rely upon us trying to do our best, but we will stick around for you with awards. Brianna Du Bois, 145 on the bar. Unlimited power. Brianna goes 375 and goes 8 for 9. Big numbers. Squats 157.5. Deadlifts 145. And a 72.5 bench for her. Sarah Bloom with the heaviest women's deadlift so far. 147.5. 325 pounds like butter. Alexa, Play Smooth by Carlos Santana and Rob Thomas. So, whatever the results of this lift, we just want to remind you, Shelly Steckner, at the age of 74, is heading out with 336 pounds on the barbell. Do with that information whatever you will. Looking for a big 2.5 all-time PR. At the age of 74, can you just keep getting better? What do you got? Yes! So many layers to that. So many ways to dress it up. Just appreciate what we've been able to witness today. 152.5 kilos on a 60-kilo, 74-year-old woman at the age of 74. Daniel Munson, he's going to take a big jump. He's going to go up 17.5 from his second. Initially jumped 15. Let's find out at 197.5 from a 74. Still a great number it would be. Oh, he's going to have to put everything on the line for it. That spotter behind him was absolutely ready. And yet Daniel never stopped. Got all the way through at 197.5, got everything he was going to get out of that deadlift. And he has, we'll wait for his total update. Now he has a 470 kilo total. He is well beyond that 1,000-pound barrier. It's right at about 455 kilos. that lifters have gone beyond 1,000 pounds. Again, follow along with all of these final deadlift attempts as they come in on liftingcast. Lewis Cardenas, 260 on the bar. Lewis. Was there downward motion, and grip failed at the end. It would have been really close to see if they would have called downward motion or not. It's really tough to gauge, especially from our view. We've got loaders and spotters between us and the lifter. Sometimes we don't quite know. Wow, we knew Alex Kelsey was going to jump. I didn't, just had, a brain fart, as it were, on his second. And now wants 15 kilos more. This is a 25 kilo swing. He is successful or not on this attempt. Alex Kelsey came in with a previous personal best of 242.5. Wants to add 25 kilos on. It's absolutely comical. And he got it. You ever put 25 kilos on your total when you already had a competition total posted with a single lift? Who is doing that as a sub-junior 93, pulling conventional 267.5 kilos? Oh, it's the best, for my money, the most impressive single lift that we've seen so far today. That is ridiculous. That was 589.7 pounds pulled conventional from a 17-year-old. Alex Kelsey, unsurprisingly, the leader in the club for the deadlifts after that first flight. We're turning it over to the top of flight B, Ian Beckler with 195. Ooh, he met a little bit of difficulties, a little bit of resistance with his opener, but it does count. He gets 2 to 1. That's a good lift still. You had a feeling that almost certainly that was going to count. And he got one warning. Might have been for a hitch, might have been for ramping. One of those things, essentially, that means that the barbell caught some friction when it came to the legs, and it was, possibly supported on them for a second or used to sort of ramp off the bar. Here's Stephen Chen opening at 200. Now, are we going to have any concerns of soft knees? Maybe. It's one of those where from the side, we do actually get a pretty good view of the lifter's knee, and I think that's what it was. He just came over to us at the table and he said, how did I get reds on that? It's not necessarily our jurisdiction. In fact, it's not our jurisdiction to make that call, but he did now go to talk to one side referee and now understands. But the locked knees was the concern. Dominic Marcoux is going to open at 210. Jacob O'Hara will also take 210. Then we'll be starting to push that 4 reds barrier. This is the long run of open 83s, all in a row. Ooh, did Dominic sort of double lock? You wonder. Was there downward motion or something? No, it's still passed. There was a little something near lockout, but that's a good lift at 210. In fact, we should say it's a great lift at 83. There's just simply so many accomplished, really strong 83s. They're going to be all throughout this flight. All of them could pull, starting at 500 pounds, that wouldn't shock you at all. Jacob O'Hara with a very nice, very optimized sumo deadlift setup. He hits a 210 clean. Dominic has just put in a 227.5. He's going to jump by 17.5. Why not? It is that time of the day. Jacob O'Hara good at 210. Karan Singh is now going to take 220 for his opener. The heaviest opener of this flight is Travis Howell. We told you he has that deadlift build. Still, hit a respectable squat, especially considering his leverages. He hit 175. Then benches, he went 1 for 3. He got just the bench opener, but that advantageous build is going to lead him to open with 250 kilos on his deadlift. Here's Karan Singh at 220. And little double pump. I think he just said, bro, are you kidding me? Or something in that range. Just upset at himself. I think he lost balance. So he's got 2 options, again, to retake it or to go up. We expect that he'll go up. Strength was there. Alberto Loya Miranda is also going to take 220. Reese Porter will be the first to take over for Reds. Alberto, he looked good at 220. Could be good for well more. Alberto is now 5 of 7. We've got one more flight after this. You won't want to miss that. We have fantastic deadlifters again throughout this flight. Many of these 83s with really standout numbers. Karan Singh just put in 242.5, by the way. He's going to jump by 22.5. That's unreal. And Reese Porter is going to take 225 here for his first deadlift. This would put him at a 615 total with 2 more deadlifts to go. Already has the 242. Is good on 225. We only saw a single lifter miss their third out of that entire first flight. That's unreal. And you saw some really aggressive jumps, too. You saw Alex Kelsey take 15.5 for 15 up after he had missed his second by jumping the down command. You saw Luis Cardenas take 260 as a 74, which is unreal. Daniel Munson jumped 17.5. Every single women's competitor successful on their third. And everybody seems to have really enough in the tank. Christopher Moore opening at 5:01. Again, could have jumped through the roof with that. He's got a 5:52.5 total now with plenty of room for more. Kyle Craig is going to open at 240. I got to talk to Kyle very briefly between the intermission here for bench and the start of his deadlift. Yeah, I'd like to pull 600 pounds. He said, I didn't quite get everything that I wanted out of my last meet at Motor City Muscle. Even still, he pulled 262.5 kilos. Got a ways to go to get there, but it starts here. And everybody's telling him, hey, go up, go up. Kyle Craig, good opener at 240 on his deadlifts. Kyle squatted 195 to tie lifetime PR and benched 5 kilos above his competition PR of 125. Pushed that to 130. Travis Howell is the final deadlifter of the flight. He gets open at 250. Oh, man. There is way more to be had there. 600 pounds is quaking in its boots. Travis Howell. That's 250 as an opener. Kyle Craig just entered 260, 2.5 behind his personal best for a second attempt. That's one of the more aggressive jumps that we've seen. But again, Karan Singh entered a 22.5 jump. We're going to turn it back over to Ian Beckler. Ian had a noticeable grind on his first deadlift, as very few of our competitors have. Usually when you see red lights on those first deadlifts, it's nerves or it's some technical issue. With Ian's, maybe it's just the fatigue of the day starting to catch up already, but he's got 2 more attempts. It starts here at 202.5. To take him to a 480 kilo total. Ooh, as it broke the floor, you wondered, but he recovered, fought through it, and got all the way back to lock it out. Having a discussion with his coach, not quite sure what they're going to put on there yet. Stephen Chen missed on his first. He was, again, uncertain about the soft knees call that he received. He thought, well, I felt my knees lock. But he was instructed, and maybe this will be a helpful tip, to lean back just a little bit. Try to exaggerate that lockout of the hips, the knees, and the shoulders. Let's find out with a 20-kilo jump. And it looked way more convincing from our angle. Really, really nice adjustment there. Still waiting on lights, as are we. Oh, the agony of it all. Tick, tick, tick. The loudest sound in the world. His attempt timer still running. Now 3 whites. That was worth the wait. Takes him up to a 527.5 total. He's projected 5th right now in terms of the best lifter standings. Jacob O'Hara is going to jump 15 kilos from 210 to 225. This is 4 of those red round things. Love it. And that is really, really convincing. He might choose to jump another 15. Looks like a man with a plan. Came over here, immediately grabbed that card, put in 240. Love it. Dominic Marcoux. He's going to be the first out of the flight to take a deadlift over 500 pounds, 227.5 kilos. Everybody knows it's one of those barriers, and I believe we got to say this during benches. It's more of a mental barrier than it is a physical one. Dominic Marcoux at 501, 227.5. Ooh, that is too quick. That's unnerving. That puts him at it does not put him at a 557.5. Not sure what the issue was. I think we heard soft knees. So his current total still sits at 540. Alberto Loya is coming out to take 230 for his second. Little creepy crawly for him too. It can often be the trade-off of the sumo deadlift stance. You see it explodes oftentimes, the conventional stance. But the sumo often the opposite. And Dominic Marcoux did put in a 10-kilo jump after the 227.5 was called for soft knees. So you'll likely see him try and really exaggerate that too when he comes out for his third deadlift. Again, it would be a massive swing. It would be a 27.5 kilo swing should he complete versus missing. Christopher Moore up to the bar, 240, slapped on there. Christopher Moore also should be good at 240. These second deadlifts have been really, really clean. You saw one miss from Alex Kelsey. That was back in flight A. and it was just simply getting the down command. And then Dominic Marcoux had the one miss in this flight B for soft knees. Everybody else on those second deadlifts, they've hit them so far. Reese Porter is going to take that same weight as Chris Moore at 240. The juniors are monsters out here. Jumping 15, clean, lock out, down it. That takes Reese up to a 630 kilo total. He might add 10, he might add 15. Just heard his coach say, hey, Reese, need a little bit more baby powder. That is, in fact, what you see, the substance on the lifter's legs. Indeed, it is not chalk. Chalk, exactly the opposite of what you want to have on the legs. It reduces friction between the lifter's legs and the barbell as much as you can reduce it. Karan Singh to jump 22.5 kilos. This is 242.5. Oh, and then that double bounce. It's going to be no light than we would assume. Yes, it is 242.5. You might have to retake this now.
I know what I'm doing.
Karan Singh going to have a difficult decision in front of him right now because all of that strength is clearly there. Kyle Craig, speaking of strength being there, he's going to take 260. Kyle says, man, kind of wanted to pull 600 pounds today. It's going to take a big jump. He was over 400 dots his last time out. Again, that was the Motor City Muscle Meet. That was over in Plymouth just 55 days ago at the age of 32. Kyle is making a really quick turnaround and has performed great so far. And now had his first signs of struggle at 260. That is a good deadlift. No doubt about that. He is good on that 260. Kyle's got options here. Could jump by 5 maybe to take the comp PR of 2.5 kilos. Could jump by maybe 7.5. I don't expect we'll see more than that. But we'll 5 as an 83 open. $272.5. That is 600 pounds he put in. Why not? I don't want to say I talked him into it, but perhaps I'm sure I'll be able to laugh and joke with him about it after this. Travis Howell is jumping 25 keys, officially the biggest jump that we've seen on anybody's deadlift so far. 275. Travis Howell on the second, by the way. He's still got another attempt coming. Broke the floor, not by much. Well, he's going to, in all likelihood, then have to retake it because there's not really going to be more in the tank there. He might be able to just completely gas himself and hit that as one more. You can't quite call it a YOLO pull. Usually that term is referred only to something that you've never touched before, neither in your training nor on the platform, and you're sort of chasing somebody else's number or you're chasing a state record or something of that ilk, and you're maybe not entirely likely to pull it. There's very few need for YOLO pulls among this entire flight because many have been really happy with their attempts already. Those that haven't have just had a little bit of technical this and that to clean up. You know, Karan Singh being probably the number one example of that. He actually put in another 10-kilo jump. So he is 32.5 beyond his opener once we get to his third. This is breaking the floor with Ian Beckler. He's going to have to put it all on the line. What do you think? Count it. Wow, at 212.5. That's hearts. Leaves him at a 490 kilo total, and that was everything he was going to get out of the day. As slow as that bar cracked off the ground, you thought, nah, I don't know. And then you find a gear that for some you didn't know you had. Stephen Chen, he wants himself a little 500-pound pull, so he's going to slap it on there. 227.5 or 501 pounds. To Stephen Chen. Looks strong. Snap the knees forward. And good. Stephen Chen over 500 pounds. It's been a nice rounded out day for him. We'd like to see this kind of ratio. Squatted 182.5, bench 125, and now a deadlift of 227.5. A very well-rounded 535 total. Projected for 5th place right now, again, in a stacked 83 open class. Dominic Marcoux. Oh, Jacob O'Hara was trying to cut in line there, I think, but indeed it is loaded for Dominic. He was red-lighted on his last attempt for soft knees. That came out. If he can clean up that last couple of inches of the lockout, because all of the strength is there and more. And put it on the board. That's a great adjustment, a great call from the coach, and a great recovery. So he misses the first bench, he misses the second deadlift, but doesn't lose anything off of the total. In addition, he hit a third squat of 190. His coach says, yeah, he's been dealing with an injury. We had to open real light on the squats, really light. And we opened even probably fairly light on the deadlift, going to 210 at first and then all the way up to 237 on the third. In the end, you put it together, that's a 567.5 total. Big number, and it's got him second currently among these 80 opens. Jacob O'Hara at 240 to best that last pull by 2.5. Drifted back just a little bit. Watch the balance on his heels. Did he get it locked out? It's been tough judging. He still got it. Everyone has been judged tight today. Again, to the true Powerlifting America standards that this federation is really built around. It is something that the whole federation prides itself upon. And you never want to have any question of the legitimacy. Quite well outlined in the rules. You got to spend a while to really read them, verbatim as some of us do. But many competitors show up on the day and they haven't quite done that. Sometimes it can slow you down. Sometimes it can affect. Of course, you think back to Nicola Cola with the head flying off the bench, that kind of thing. This is 240 on the bar for Alberto. And Santa Maria. That's good at 240. What a great day for all of the juniors. The 83s are such a limitless class. Joe Bornstein, of course, has just simply taken that class and pushed it beyond where anybody really thought it could end up. Having, of course, the all-time world record total recently set in that class of 900 kilos. And, of course, taking the all three records, the coveted all three records at once, right, being, the individual records for each lift. Oh, and pardon me, as well as the all-time total record. It's just unreal what a guy like that has done in a 6:07.9 dots, right? But 83s in general, when you play with body composition, when you play with, for some competitors, water cuts, and all of this and that, 83 is a class that has unbelievable potential. Reese Porter at 250. It's 2-1, and that's a 9 for 9 with a 640 total. That's another junior to keep an eye on. It's Reese Porter. 640 kilos is 14.11. And the guy's not out of his junior years. Yikes. Karan Singh needs this deadlift to stay in the meet, and he's going to take 252.5 to get there. He's jumping 10 from a weight that it slowed a little bit, but the strength was undeniably there. Let's find out if he can salvage this lift and stay in it with a 252.5 massive pull. Karan Singh. It's a physical and a mental game. I think you already had the bar begin to slip. The grip goes. And it is a bomb out on deads. It's the first bomb out that we've seen so far. It's tough to explain why exactly that the fatigue from a single missed lift adds up so much more than a successful grind, and yet many competitors will tell you that that's exactly the case. Probably what happened to Karan Singh there. He had the second at 242.5, moving very quickly, and likely we thought locked it out, and then was called for the soft knees. Still has the issues of moving around, trying to find balance, was rocking back and forth on his feet, and just never looked comfortable enough. In the end, fails to record a successful deadlift and will not receive the total. Unbelievable strength, however, has a bright future ahead again. Many juniors showing off. This is 556.7 pounds, but you wouldn't have known it, would you? Oh man, for a 577.5 total. Now that becomes the second biggest pull of the day so far. Behind, by the way, sub-junior Alex Kelsey. That's still the single most impressive lift of the day so far for me, is Alex, after missing his second, and he jumped 35 from his opener to his third. Now, who might be able to claim that title? How about Kyle Craig loading over 600 pounds? Kyle, did I maybe talk you into it? I love it, though. I love the aggression at 272.5 for the lifetime PB by a whole bunch. Kyle Craig with the exaggerated lockout, but bang! Oh my goodness, we had to wait so long for that. My heart was racing. Oh, he pulled 600 pounds. It was one of the more exaggerated lockouts, truly, that you will ever see. Kyle had to lean back what seemed like endlessly, and you wonder at some point, does he lean back so far that the bar begins to, pull him forward, and he has to really make some dramatic shift of his weight to stay up, and then it's just his grip is going, and yet, no. Yet he held on, got a down command, and finished out a 600-pound deadlift as an 83. Now, let's throw 5 red round things on there. Travis Howell is going to retake at 275 for the heaviest deadlift of the day. 275 kilos. If you don't have your conversion charts in front of you, it's 606 pounds. For a second try, Travis Howell forever earn the title of deadlift specialist. And it's a similar story. He broke the floor and then probably not there on the day. You see the height of his hips to start. It is, nearly at the height of some competitors standing upright. It's his length plus his build that is very advantageous for deadlifts. Even so, you can't take away anything from an 83 competitor who pulled 250 conventional. This is a drop of 25 kilos off the total for failing to register a successful second or third attempt. But it was a swing worth taking, we feel. Travis Howell will settle on that 250, and his total for the day is 525.5. Again, if you are still trying to follow along and especially trying to see where your favorite lifter may be ending up in our final standings for the day, just go to liftingcast.com and look for the Umbra Classic meet under today's date, August 3rd, and then you too can follow along with all of the live scores for all 31 competitors today as we're nearly about to start. Light C. Tons and tons of the heaviest deadlifts that we've seen incoming. Real soon, you don't want to go anywhere.
It's not perfect, but.
He opens at 182 and a half. Joseph was not able to register a successful bench attempt. It should be noted. So he will not receive a total, but still has a chance to load something fun on the deadlift. Still has a chance to show off, you know what, I absolutely belong here. I'm absolutely strong enough to hang with all of these other great competitors, many of which in the 83s and the 93s, totaling something that looks like it belongs in, the 120s. So even the suit is up next. He has 195 loaded for his deadlift opener. The heaviest opening deadlift that we've got put in is Ronald Toney at 265. Oh my goodness. Guy calls himself the Dreadlifter. You think he's going to earn it? Elmond at 195. The knees, the hips, the shoulders. If you aggressively lock all of those, in most cases you'll be given the good lift as long as you don't jump that down command. We saw one lifter do that. That was Alex Kelsey. He made a fantastic adjustment to come back and on his third pull 267 and a half, which is now the second heaviest total of the day after Kyle Craig hit over 600 pounds. Nicola, he has 200 on the bar. He averaged. Looks good at 200 on the first. 200 kilos down for Nicolin. He will probably put in something in the neighborhood of 210. You would see, it wouldn't be surprising to see him end up at, almost 4 reds roughly. Christopher Bravo is going to come out with 205. Next, Stephen Emmett on deck at 220. Keith McCubbin in the hole with 225. Christopher Bravo to keep chipping away at the total here, 205. And you do see him lean back a little bit more to really strongly lock the shoulders to get the chest all the way through. Nice and convincing. Stephen Emmett, an unbelievable squat of 272 and a half. That's over 600 pounds. And the best bench of 187 and a half. Unsurprisingly, that means he's the leader by subtotal. Now, maybe his deadlift takes a small hit from that. However, he's still opening at 220. And by the way, he's still a junior. You wonder, is it the size of his legs that impedes his lockout? Stephen Emmett at 220 for his first pull. Man, a quick, surgical, precision setup. And first deadlift, good. Keith McCubbin is going to go to 225 to open. None of these masters are playing around, by the way. Keith McCubbin having a fantastic day setting PRs for himself. And then, hello, Shelly Stetner, just continuing to get better at the age of 74. Keith McCubbin has been loud and letting everybody hear the kind of success that he's been having, and absolutely deserves it. At the age of 44, he is still improving and aggressive, well-measured walk up to that bar. Deadlift PB of 250. Opens here at 225. Got a little ways to go, but it starts right here. with 4 reds on there. Keith McCubbin. Didn't even have to look back at the board. I mean, that's how you know you're a long, long time vet. You already know what's a good lift and what is just by the feel alone.
45.
Keith McCubbin just put in 245. He's going to jump 20 kilos from his first to second. His total right now sits at 617 and a half. Matthew Paternoster comes out with over 500 pounds on, and he could have jumped through the roof with it. All right, well, the gauntlet's been thrown down. Between Matthew and Stephen Emmett, there's going to be quite a race here for the best overall total. Now, there's others who have fantastic deadlifts in this group that could find their way in. Chaz Strecker is one of them. He, in fact, is going to open at 250. Ross Lane is another. Ronald Tony has the heaviest deadlift opener overall at 265, and the man calls himself the Dreadlifter, for Pete's sake. Let's find out. If you think you know where all these standings are going to end up, I think you'll be surprised. Chaz Strecker first to open at 250 keys. His second heaviest deadlift opener. Opened last year in October at Irongeddon with 252.5. This is 2.5 below that. No pomp, no circumstance, just strength. Chaz has a good first deadlift. He's got a competition PR of 267.5. That's a number to think about. Pardon me, 277.5. That's an even bigger number to think about. And that was set during the meet where he also hit his PR total of 715 kilos. I think that's probably a tad bit out of reach to jump 35 kilos between 2 attempts. Probably won't see that. Ross, the Boss Lane, opens at 255 as a 93. Ross looking around like, man, I need more weight on there. Chaz Strecker just put in 265 for his second. Matthew put in a 17.5 jump. Chaz put in 15. Ross might jump by 15 or even more. Ronald Tony. He's still a threat for the best total today. At 265, this is the opening pull. This is the heaviest opener of anybody. Get up and out of your seats a little bit, won't you? For a 265 more to be had there. If he ends up at 300 kilos for that final attempt, I would find that very unshocking. Guys from Queens, right? You got to be tough if you're from Queens. His best competition total coming in was 667.5. He's pulled 290 before on the platform too, he tells us. So a 265 opener is so logical. It really makes you wonder, is he willing? Oh my goodness, he just put in 290 for the second. He's going to jump 25 on his second attempt. Wow. We're back up at the top here of Flight C. It's Joseph Valente. Again, did bomb out on bench, but we'll see what he's got left in the tank for deadlifts. Well, certainly at least 205. Joseph Valente. So it's not all about the total. Sometimes it's about just being stronger than you used to be. However else you may choose to measure that, and there are many other ways to do so. The barbell is a teacher. It is, of course, an abuser. It is your worst nightmare and your best friend all at the same time. Elman Bejtovic at 205 5 for his second. Ooh, that is creepy and crawly, and it looks like he's going to grind, and he should be all the way through it. Takes him up to a 460 total. Didn't have quite the bench result he wanted. Missed at 110 on his second bench. Retook it, also unsuccessful. But 2 good deadlifts in. And now you expect a really small jump for his third. That's the one silver lining as well. If you're close to emptying the tank, at least you can take a very small jump and not have too much of a systemic shock. Nikolin Kola is going to take 220. He's going to jump by 20 kilos from his first to second. And it was a little slow the first time. Let's find out. He'll probably choose to take that one more time. Exactly what his coach is saying is, hey, let's reload that. I'll do it again. Balance, absolutely crucial. Again, you can also cue for many lifters the same midfoot balance with your deadlift that you do with your squat. Allows you to push through the entirety of the foot to recruit Well, if you are still with us, you are the real MVPs. You have now stuck with us even through a power outage here at the gym at Umbra. We cannot thank all of you enough. Much of this is completely unknown and unknowable. And when it comes right down to it, you have to be utterly flexible in this sport to any and all interruptions. We thank you so much. One more time, I'll just take it back and set the scene for you. So, this is Powerlifting America's Umbra Classic here at Umbra Strength over in Shelby Township, Michigan. Oh boy, a litany of thank yous to say still with all of the patience and everybody's display. Federation, thanks for having such a wonderful competition. Anybody in the YouTube chat who is having difficulties, simply if you have to reload that page in your browser or your mobile app, we recommend that. And you should see us back up. But it has been an absolute adventure today. We cannot thank you enough for all of your patience. The most interesting thing about all of this is we are in the middle of our second deadlift attempts. Stephen Emmett should be successful at 240. That was the attempt that we had as we went off here. I'm so sorry about that. Now we're back up to Keith McCubbin, and he put in a 20-kilo jump. Keith McCubbin at 245 has a career best of 250. The veteran started at the age of 37 in competition, now 44 years old. He just keeps getting better. Keith McCubbin. And second should be good. All right, you got to take a PR on the third, right? He's attempted as heavy as 262 and a half. Also take one more moment to shout out our gold level sponsors, A7, Notorious Lift, and Eleiko. They make everything that we do possible here with Powerlifting America. And this attempt from Matthew Paternoster, good at 245. Man, he's still got more 6 for 8 days so far. Has options on this deadlift anywhere between maybe 250 and 265 or so. And 265 is what he's going to put in. 20-kilo jump. Love it. Chaz Strecker is going to jump 15 kilos himself from 250 up to 265. This would be just 12 and a half behind his comp best. It could set him up for an aggressive, perhaps sort of YOLO pull on the third. Let's find out. 265's got to come first. Chaz Strecker. Last meet as a junior, looking to leave his mark on the Powerlifting America Michigan Junior 93 class. Chaz has got 265. Now I'm excited. As he comes to the table, I get to razz him. Way to go, Chaz. We love Chaz. Good at 265 after a 15-kilo jump. Ross Lane wants 275, and Ronald Tony wants 290 as the final 2 deadlifts in the flight. All of these 93s at the end are monsters. Keith McCubbin did put in a PR attempt of 252 and a half, as we thought he would. Lane at 275. That's 606 pounds. Why not get everything out of it that you possibly could today? Why not take that big, huge swing? Big Baby, he calls himself. That's funny, because he just babied a barbell. With him. That's what they're saying. At a 675 best comp total. is already above that by 5 kilos with a 680 today after that 275. That's all well and good. How much more does he want to slap on for that third deadlift? A 700. Wow. I was going to say a 700 is in sight. Then he comes in and wants to put 25 more kilos on for a 705 total. If him and Matthew are both successful, that would tie them at 705 for the top place among all of these stacked 93s. Ronald Tony at 290. To probably cement a top 3 finish. Ronald Tony. And like Tony Soprano, this guy is the boss. That's good at 290. Now, is it also 300 that he wants to throw on there, maybe? And he's probably thinking too, man, if I would have just connected on that third squat at 242 and a half, it was a big jump, jumping 17, but if he had connected with that, he could have had a shot at the best total overall on the day. That's probably out of reach, even with an unbelievable deadlift, you know, something in the area of a 305 to a 310. He probably would still come up a handful of kilos short of the best overall total. And that coveted best lifter award out of the opens. What good is speculation? All we know around here is strength. Elman Beethoven, he just ripped some smelling salts, and now 2 10s on the bar. To finish out a 7 for 9 day. Had a slower second deadlift, trying just to jump 5. And I think Elman said, I've had enough for the day. Sort of the moment it broke the ground, he just thought, something wasn't quite right. I'm good. It's still a successful day. You don't want to take anything away from him. He goes over 1,000 pounds with the total at a 460 kilo mark. And will retire for the day gracefully. Nicola is going to load 220 again. He's going to stick with it. Missed it on his second. One of those where he's sort of moving around between his heels and his toes. His weight shifts. And the moment balance is lost with a deadlift, highly, highly unlikely to regain. Yours truly has personally had issues with that on the platform. Let's get a retake at 220. Let's hear it from Nicola. Oh, I think you're going to get some supporting on the legs that they're going to red light most likely. Oh, man, it's 2-1. Yes. And that's good. That is a real boon to the total. As he slaps 20 on right there for a 565 kilo final mark. All right, the final deadlifts, the final flight. It's 4 reds and beyonds, and then 5 reds and beyond for the last couple, because we just saw Ronald Tony entered 305 for his third deadlift. Needed. Christopher Bravo is going to put 4 reds on there, 225 kilos, just a hair under 500 pounds of violence and assault of the barbell to get up to it. Sometimes a little violence is exactly what you need to wrap up a really successful day. Should probably put a legal disclaimer on there. Nonetheless, Joseph Valente, he wants over 500 pounds. That's exactly what he came to talk to us about during that brief intermission, we'll say, when we had the power outage. He said, whatever 500 pounds in, whatever 500 pounds is, let's put that on the bar. He then learned that that number was 227 and a half, and he said, yeah, let's do it. He's an open 105, and he's about to make this lead over 500 pounds. Joseph Valente commits fully, welly, truly commits and pulled over 500 pounds. It was 2-1. He did get a red light from the head referee. Nonetheless, 500 pounds is 500 pounds. Again, that is part of the beauty of the sport. Yes, there are all of these other factors that we sort of decide who is what and how good does this guy stack up against that guy. But, man, the number one thing we want to know, what was your total? What did you hit on meet day? Keith McCubbin, he wants to take an all-time deadlift PR. Has attempted this and heavier a couple of times. Is a 120 competitor, but weighed in light today. Does he have what it takes? Does he have one more successful deadlift in the tank to add 2.5 to the all-time best deadlift? At 44 years of age, only getting better. Keith McCubbin, mic drop. True, raw, emotional. That pull was all of those things. Stephen Emmett is going to be taking 255 on his third deadlift. There's a lot to say about the best totals now, because should he be successful at that, that would take him to 715. You'll have Ross Lane and Ronald Tony still to pull, who would be thinking, man, if I could even slap on a little bit more, if I could change my tempo real quick, I could put it in for their third. So let's have Stephen pull 255! Just like that. Oh, man, tear in his eye. Oh, that means something. Oh, boy. Raw, junior, and a 715 total. Those usually don't go together. It's a 272.5 squat, a 600-plus pound squat, a 187.5 bench, and then a 255 deadlift that could jump his way up to second. In those best lifter standings, 257.5 for good measure. These are 93 juniors. These are not open heavies. He jumps 30 kilos between two attempts. Got them both. Also benched 180. Also squatted 260. Don't know what more could you ask for? You have a couple of lifters still 9 for 9. Keith McCubbin. You often see that more so with the Masters when they've really admitted exactly where they are on the day and they're just perfectly dialed into what they need. And then Stephen Emmett goes 9 for 9 and absolutely knocks people's socks off with a 715 total. Here's Chaz Stracker to pull 275. Just 2.5 under his personal best. It would put him at a 705 total. Chaz Stracker had a slow second, had even something of a slow first, and Chaz knew that there would be a lot of fighting to be done with that. Absolutely nothing to hang his head about. That is a 695 total as a 93 junior. This is his last competition as a junior. Still took it for just about everything it was worth. Ross Lane, I think, did make a small tweak to the deadlift that he put in. I think it was originally going to be 300, and he's dropped it down to 292.5. Maybe at the urging of somebody else. That still means he can pull a competition PR of 10 kilos. Get up and out of your seat for big baby Ross Lane. Ross to show the barbell who's boss. Bang. lifetime PR. Ross Lane at 292.5. Well, 645 pounds ain't bad. However, there's one more lifter to pull. Ronald Toney wants 310 kilos. That is 6'93" competitor. Again, not a super heavy, not a 120, a 93. Now talk about getting the entire gym up. Come on, get out of your seat, people. Let's respect greatness here. For a 20-kilo all-time PR, for 310 to blow every other deadlift away today for a 700-kilo total, Ronald Toney. Oh, and in the end, it is just too heavy even for the dread lifter. He will have to settle for a 290. Pretty sure that's still an unbelievable third. Man, the dust has settled. Stephen Emmett, 15 kilos. He will be the only competitor to go over that unbelievable 700-kilo barrier. That's 1543 pounds, again, for those of you that are keeping track at home. And the standout bench that he hit at 187.5, he gained some ground over other competitors with that. But how insanely balanced it was is what stands out to me most. A 600-pound squat at 272.5, and then a 255 deadlift to. It is just masterful in open 120 as well as the junior 120 double entrance. 715 kilos for Stephen Emmett. Let's just take a look at all of the results, blowing all the way down the list here. A lot of great female competitor performances. Kendall Dahlbeck with a 210 as the one women's junior 63 competitor. Hit her third squat at 80. Had to grind out her second bench and then hit the third deadlift as well at 90 kilos. Very successful day for her. Shelly Stetner, 9 for 9 with the lifetime PRs across the board. I don't know what more you could possibly say about that at the age of 74. That is a performance that should be immortalized in some powerlifting Hall of Fame. Anybody who's listening, by the way, if you are of the higher-ups in powerlifting, if you truly love the sport, if you have a ton of passion about it like I do, somebody pay attention to this. There should be a powerlifting Hall of Fame. Thank you very much. Chase Denha was the one raw sub junior 74. Put together a good total for himself at 430, just a hair under that coveted 1,000-pound barrier. Sarah Kruger had a standout deadlift of 127.5 and a very good squat of 115, also benched 65 kilos. The best female bench belonged to Sarah Bloom at 90 kilos, as well as the second best female deadlift of 147.5. Again, every other female competitor was outpulled today by 74-year-old Shelly Stetner. Unbelievable. Other standout performances were Alex Kelsey's last deadlift at 267.5 as a sub-junior 93. He has an unbelievably bright future. Karan Singh has all of the strength in the world to pull off something incredible, but did bomb out on deadlifts. He had one other bomb out on bench, that was Joseph Valente. But he also had other 9-for-9 competitors, such as Reese Porter. Reese finished with a 640 total out of the 105 junior class. That is a fantastic number. Let's see, among other 9-for-9s, had Jacob O'Hara, in fact, out of the Open 83s, a stacked class, and he finished third in that class with a 575 total, including a 240 deadlift, 140 bench, and a 195 squat. Keith McCubbin, another outstanding master competitor. As a 120, Keith goes a 645. Was able to hit multiple PRs for the day was Keith. And the most important one, of course, being the total. He actually slapped, if we're reading this right, 27.5 on his total. Had a previous best of 6:17 and a half, went all the way up to 6:45. Congratulations to Keith McCubbin. Ross Lane, also a 9 for 9. Pretty sure that's 6:97 and a half. He'll be rather thrilled about that. We don't want to take too much more time. I think we're going to get the presentation of awards beginning, well, just about as soon as we can. And we'll let the crowd mic run for that and then pretty much be off. As awards are coming up in just a few moments, we'll take a few more minutes and say, again, a litany of thank yous and some mea culpas. Thank you so much to everybody who stuck with us through the number of technical difficulties today. Again, many of those uncontrolled, uncontrollable variables that will crop up during every competition like this. It happens in many other sports as well, but the strength sports community, it does have a further way to go to, as it were, clean up the act and clean up the presentation, to grow this sport to everything that it should be, to get everything that we should out of this wonderful, this niche, this somewhat bizarre but always thrilling sport of ours. And again, we want to thank our meet director, Allie Lewis. We want to thank Powerlifting America. We want to thank all of you, the competitors. We want to thank friends, family, all of our viewers. And we pretty much want to get out of here. This has been Tanner White, a powerlifting competitor, a professional play-by-play announcer, a general lover of strength sports. You can find me on all my socials at The Voice of Tanner, as well as on my YouTube channel. And thanks so much for bearing with us through all of the difficulties. You've been watching the Umbra Classic from Umbra Strength here in Shelby Township, Michigan, and Powerlifting America's Umbra Classic Meets.
Real quick, all the lifters did a really great job, and you guys stayed positive all day long, and just a really great group of lifters, and I appreciate having you all here. Let's get started with the Women's Awards. So we'll start with the Women's Raw Junior. Let's just go behind the speakers. Can you hear me now? Is that better? So, starting with the Women's Raw Junior, 63 kg. All right, up next is first place, Shelly Stettner. All right, we will move on to Women's Raw Open, 76 kg class. In Women's Raw Open, 84 kg, second place, Samantha Davis. Brianna. we're going to move on to the men's raw juniors in the 74 kg class. First place. G class, Alberta Loya Miranda. Men's raw junior 93 kg, second place, Chaz Strecker. And first place, Matthew Patterson. Men's raw junior 105 class, Reese Porter, first place. Men's raw junior 120 kg class, second place, Nicole Cola. And in first place, Stephen Emmett. Men's raw masters 120 class, first place, Keith McCullough. Men's raw open 74 kg. Men's raw open 83 kg class, third place, Jacob O'Hara. In second place, Christopher Moore. And in first place, Kyle Craig. All right, men's raw open 93 kg, third place, Chaz Strecker. In second place, Matthew Patterson. And in first place, Ross Lane. In men's raw open, 120 kg class, Christopher Bravo. And in first place, Stephen Emmett. We're going to move on to the sub-juniors. These are guys that are under 19 years old. First one, 74 kg class. First place, Chase Denha. Men's raw sub-junior 93 kg class. First place, Alex Kelsey. Men's raw open push-pull 83 kg class, Kyle Craig. We also have men's raw open deadlift only 83 kg class, and he is the first place in that. All right. So now we just have some best lifter prizes here. And before we do that, I do have one extra prize that we do. So this is our Lakeland Sportsmanship Award. This is kind of to encourage the sportsmanship that we tend to see a lot of in powerlifting. I ask my reps and volunteers to kind of keep an eye out for people, just trying their best all day long, staying positive, helping other lifters, whatever it may be. Today, the award's going to go to a guy who bombed out on bench, unfortunately, kept his head up, came back for deadlifts and did his best. Joe Valenti. All right, we're going to do some best lifter prizes. We're going to start with the women. I actually ended up with some extra prizes, so we're going to do a runner-up. So our runner-up for the women's open best lifter, Sarah Blom. And our women's overall open best lifter, Brianna Dubo. All right, for our men, the runner-up best lifter, Ross Lynch. And our men's open best lifter, Chad Stracker. Thank you. Good job today.